It's episode 196 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And Eric is on location hiding from his creditors for the like button.
Mm-hmm. He's hiding in the mountainous regions of New Hampshire.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, Eric. They'll still find you.
He's hanging out.
Bills are still coming. Bills are still coming. It's a good effort. It's a good try.
Tell us where you are, Eric.
I am in Lincoln, New Hampshire, on the base of Loon Mountain. I am here. I scheduled this vacation a year ago to come here and do some pretty serious mountain biking. And due to my most current of injuries,
pretty serious mountain biking.
I can do some couch riding.
And I want to note the big takeaway here is that even in the mountains, Eric's internet is still holding up better than the Spicy Eyes.
True enough.
That's right.
Oh, he went robot just as I said that. See? Works out.
Go figure, right?
Yep. Josh is here. Good evening. It's Friday night. You know what that means because Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh. That was at 2:49 p.m. Josh was ready to go today.
I think so.
Josh.
Yep. It's Access Dang 499 again. Yep. It'll be like that. By the way, I actually did a little fact-finding mission. I went on the channel just to check because I knew it was it was a couple of the movie review ones that have like a huge amount of subscribers, but it's a lot. And that's why I kind of thought it was funny that Zach and a few, by the way, he's not the only one. A few other folks we talk about this. Like, guys, if the Blu-ray people eventually actually unsubscribe, the channel would be more like at 2,500. Wow. Like it's actually like you have no idea how many subscribers were for those old Blu-ray. Like it's ridiculous. I went and looked at it, I was like, dang, all right, I knew it was a lot, but geez, okay. Jeff here says, hello everyone, happy birthday. Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate it. To the Joe, good evening, Carlos and Hang. I assume gang. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you for the joke. But yes, I went and looked at it. I was like, oh, actually, the one that went viral actually went, well, there are two that went viral, but the subscriber count, I was like, why did you people subscribe for that? That's the part that confuses me. I was like sitting there like, that many of you subscribe for that? All right. To each their own, I guess. I guess that's how it's going to go. Yeah, so I can tell you that all time, the biggest video on the channel added almost 1,900 subscribers.
Wow.
For one video. One video.
Wow. The Terminator.
No, that one's the Marine. No.
The Marine. Oh, wow.
The second biggest one was Universal Soldier, and that one.
Wow.
That one added 1,300 subscribers. Yeah, that one added 1,300 subscribers. So those two videos alone are like 3,000 subscribers. So it's like that's why I'm like, I'm not really worried about the subscriber count. It doesn't mean anything. But on the upside, if we look at it,
we have 7.
Yeah, exactly. We have 7. Now, here's the other side of that. You know how Dustin and Brandon, you know this. You know how Dustin always gets obsessed with, view count versus subscriber count? Actually, that enhances my ratio way more if we take the legit sports card subscribers, actually, than on the live streams. I'm killing it. My percentage is killing everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why when I randomly drop a video, I'm actually surprised at how many views they get because I'm like, I only have like 2.1K subs and I hardly ever do a video. So it's actually impressive to me that the amount of people that watch based on my sub count. So
maybe if you had an ass, you'd have more.
That's possible. That's possible.
Yep. Or maybe the fact Eric, that's affecting the count.
It's probably
Yannick's got a counterpoint there, Eric.
I think the truthfully,
actually, I used to have Eric on.
That and then all was down.
If you look at the count, I'm sure that episode you probably lost like 10% right there.
Well, I think the key is one of the other videos. So unfortunately, on that, on the episode that I have Eric on, I usually lose 10,000 subscribers. So luckily, the viral ones get me back 11. So that's how I basically stay ahead. I need that viral video to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Orlando.
I ask every week to be fired. Who refuses to do it? This is not my fault.
Oh God, no. Because I know deep down inside, no matter what happens, your suffering is enhanced by you being here, and I am willing to sacrifice my channel for your suffering.
It's working.
He's always giving. Carlos is always giving.
I know, exactly. Even on my birthday, I give. That's how good I am. So Saddle Fan says, what's Eric rate on the subscribe button? Well, I was trying to give him a break earlier. We were chatting on text, and I was going to give him a break, but now he's over in his mountainous state, near his underwater base, somewhere there. It's like, what the hell, man? It's like, all right, Mr. Mountain hanging out man over there. All right, rate's going back up. Zach says, I have no idea that many subs came from the old stuff. Oh, yeah, no, it was massive. Like those two videos have over 3 million views. 3 million. That's a ton of views. So I'm not surprised. I can't say no. I understand it. Good evening, Justin. Thank you. Eric raises the Carlos count. Now hit the like button. There you go. That's right.
No, you don't. No one needs to hit any like buttons.
Everybody needs to hit the like button.
Completely unnecessary.
Not so much. But anyways, how's the mountain fresh air up there?
Right now, it's absolutely perfect here. No humidity.
Nice.
Probably 70. I don't know. It's gorgeous.
What's that in Celsius? I forgot you don't do math.
70 Celsius would be a little bit scorched.
Isn't that like the sun?
Yes.
not quite, but it would be a little bit warm. It would be a little bit warm, we'll say.
No, it is.
Definitely be up there.
It is absolutely perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Did you know the great saying that the first guy in the sun landed there said?
What's that?
Ouch! Oh, ow! Eat. Anyways, move on.
I was hoping for a different punchline, but there
was nothing. No, it was unsuspecting.
Yeah, there you go.
This is wonderful, beautiful. Say no.
Yeah, this brilliant soliloquy. We were hoping for, Shakespeare
coming.
Sonnet, and that's what we
didn't expect. It was, hey.
Yeah. Eric left his cave. He did. He's in hiding from the feds right now as we speak. Finally, they found out about his un-American activities. It was only a matter of time, really.
It was the tax collectors I'm running from.
Did you bring a knife?
Did you bring
See, there it is.
And thank you.
Come on.
Yeah. So let me get this in. Let me get this in here so we can let's go. So Eric's secret mountain base is brought to you by AMG Collectibles and AMGcollectibles.ca. Sherry, in her infinite wisdom, for some reason, decides to try to be nice to Eric once in a blue moon, and they send him off. Hey, go hang out at the mountain base. Don't mind if I do, says Eric.
Yeah.
What's that movie? Escape from
everywhere now. There were multiple. It had Escape from New York.
Walt Disney one. Escape from
probably Orlando.
Neverland.
Know in the comments there.
Yeah, they're probably.
I know what you're talking about.
Is it Neverland?
Which mountain? Which mountain? Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
I was way off.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah. Makes sense. So yeah, so this one is the birthday spooktacular for two reasons. Number one, today is actually my birthday, and then Sunday, Brandon turns 1847. He doesn't look a day over 1842.
No
facts.
Not a day.
You're generous.
Yep. Hey, listen.
So
some of us have to be.
No, Brandon, how old were you when you enlisted into the Confederate Army?
I skipped it. I skipped out like many of our forefathers.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I was trying to become president, and so I thought that's how you approached it.
Okay.
Oh, that's that musket balls over there. Yeah.
Yeah. That Jefferson Davis had quite the platform, so you were in tough. I get it. I understand. Beard adds 100 years at least.
That is right, Dufex. I've said it, but I'm not doing it. If I was to shave this, I do look way younger. I have a baby face under all of this, and that's part of the reason why ever since high school, I have maintained facial hair. I actually lost a job in high school because I refused to shave.
Why don't you do a reverse man bun and do that with the beard, tie it up, a little plastic band. Yeah.
There's enough there. Yeah, there's enough there.
Yeah. I shave mine anyway, so keep it tight.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the women in my life, and they like it. My wife and my daughter flips out when I shave. So, you know that whole saying. You got to keep the women in your life happy.
The beard has entered the chat.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I mean, Yannick's got a good one here, like full. And do you dye it though, Yannick? Because it is a bit dark.
Well, it's kind of like some down here. It's in between, and
No, he's just talking about your beard, Yannick. He's talking about your beard.
Do you dye it?
No.
No, he's like 27.
It's just really, really dark. So I didn't know if like he like dyed it a bit.
No, I don't.
Diatribe.
Not cheating.
No.
I dye mine the opposite direction.
Oh, I see. So you'd be like it'd be like vibrant color, and you decide like, guys, I gotta gray up the thing. I don't want people to feel bad.
Yeah.
I don't dye my beard. I'm just dyeing.
Yeah,
that's like daily.
Don't worry.
That's like
we're all
every
on that.
day.
We're all in the back nine playing a good game of golf. Some of us are closer to the clubhouse, but just saying.
Listen,
Well,
I told you, Brandon, at almost 1900 is doing the best he can, man.
I'm catching them.
Yeah. I was going to say, since we did it on the podcast, it wasn't shipped out, but ComC has officially packaged my items for Canada as of yesterday.
Official.
So yeah, because they have to take it up from Washington State up to the BC office, and that's where they ship it out from there. And I have it set up for express post. So basically, as soon as they ship it out of BC, I'll get the tracking number on that. So
And the original assumption was the 25th.
25th was the date they had there, estimated ship date. Yeah. So they're still tracking well. They got to get it over to the other office and ship it out. But express post isn't too bad. Even from BC, it's not that bad.
No.
So if they can ship it out next week, again, if they ship it out next week, they should be able to beat that comfortably. It's pretty good. They'll at least be ahead about at least a week, give or take. Just depends on when they ship it out.
Nice.
Yeah, it's 27 bauble years, maybe. Kathy here, good evening, Kathy. Happy birthday to both of you. Wishes for many more. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
She's just like right over there.
And many more.
That's right. Hey, listen,
She's up-
she had cake emojis. I don't know if
She's
those were
here
ice cream
with us.
cakes, but she's got 2 cake emojis.
We don't go anywhere without Mom, so she's here on vacation with us. It wouldn't be the same without her. So
Gotcha.
she's here.
Well, somebody was originally going to kick you off the mountain before you lost
I was
your
gonna
to go to
say,
the excursion.
someone's probably planning on like pushing you off.
Maybe tomorrow we'll take her up to the top of the mountain again in the gondola. She had a lot of fun with that a couple of years ago when we were here. So tomorrow might be gondola day, and then she may push me down the mountain when we get to the top. She's threatened to.
Yeah.
Listen, and there's options. She could literally just throw you off the mountain. They could roll you up in a carpet and kick you down the mountain. That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it. I'm going to keep my eye on her when we get to the top because I really, to be honest with you, don't trust her.
Yeah. Eric, what's over
I
the
see it.
edge?
I see how it is. I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
Mhm.
Thanks, Orlando. But yes, so that's good news, I think, from that perspective. And then the other thing that's going to be, and the other thing is, I got the graded cards. AMG received the grades from the November show, so they got that stuff in. So I've got the images and everything from those, so I know that. I already took care of paying the invoice. Took care of that today. Sherry reached out and we took care of that, and then so I'll be getting that shipped out probably in the next week or so. And then that means probably I'll have the cards soon. So I said 4 cards, just mostly PC stuff for me this time around.
No, it's not bad.
If since we do like hobby content and card stuff, if anybody is
Occasionally.
curious, I was shocked at this because I read posts on Facebook, but SGC is like at 3 days right now. I don't know how in the hell they went from 3 weeks to 3 days so quickly, but
You stopped submitting. That's why.
I was gonna say, yeah,
I'm still
You were
submitting,
like
but
90
He just
they
put out a message saying, "Hey, please be patient. We're a little bit behind schedule." Wasn't that last week? think
I
that was
didn't
last
catch that message, but I sent an order. UPS actually took longer to get the order there than it took for them to check it in and get it to post grading. So, or do you mean the text message? That was from my rep. They were that was about opening the package. But they checked it in the system on July 8th and it was in post grading yesterday. So that was pretty shocking. 3 days. So
Yes, very shocking. After Brandon said, "Fix this."
Yeah.
You know what happened to the last guy who disappointed? Do not fail me. And
Yeah,
they
that's
were
right.
like, "Okay, to the front of the line it goes." Shh.
no.
I'm just saying, the Baubles and Ball Cards organization does not tolerate failure. HTC Pete is like, I gave you this position. I remember your predecessor. It's like, what happened to that guy anyway? He's off on vacation for 4 years? Just saying. You ever seen The Running Man? Those were last year's winners.
That's right.
No, they were last year's losers. There's a reference for you.
Well,
yeah. Well, that's basically what I think it was Jim Brown who was the one who delivered that line before.
Did it?
Before
Okay.
Yeah. So that was that was where they discovered that they actually still killed off the winners. That was where the lady found them, and then that's where Jim Brown basically delivered the line.
Yeah.
And then tried to burn her.
Right.
Yes.
Good evening, Dom.
What was his name?
Carlos, sponsored by Sanderson.
I like hell. Don't
He's
be
throwing the
spending my
party.
money. Whoa. No.
No expenses were spared.
That's right.
Yeah,
That
no.
is right.
No.
I don't know. Doth protest too much. Sounds
No.
right to me.
No.
We're gonna have to charge double again tonight to cover everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, it's gonna need a little bit more of that, man. I don't know. I'm telling you. On the same vein, by the way, I figure I'll mention this now since we'll do occasionally some sports card related content. Why don't we talk about that for a moment? Eric's favorite company in the world. I did share the link with a couple of the guys there. So I'll leave a link in the description to this one because it is still allegations, but apparently, so Beckett is being sued.
Isn't.
Listen, for legal purposes, the corpse of Beckett can sue you because you're over in your secret mountain base. Okay, you do you. For legal purposes, we'll stick with allegations. So you can check out this video from Simon466 Cards. He went and skimmed through a little bit of the lawsuit and covered a couple of pieces in it. But the lawsuit alleges a lot of fun things related to Beckett, a lot of shenanigans, a lot of shadiness. Sounds like Sanderson Orr kind of stuff to me. Very shifty, very shady.
I thought the coolest part of it all, with the little bit that I made it into the video, is the people who were petitioning the allegations. That was the interesting part.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The key takeaway here is this. So, like I said, I do recommend checking out if you want to. Also, by the way, in that he does cite where you can find and pull up and read it yourself if you want to read some of the lawsuit itself. It's pretty lengthy, but it's if you want to read through a little bit, it gives you a little bit of information. One thing though that I think sticks out here is that it talks about a lot of backdoor machinations at Beckett, a lot of different things related to it. However, the key piece is really coming down to a major loan. I think it was 100 million is what he said. A major loan that was taken in where most of the money didn't actually make it to the company. So where I think it becomes interesting. So again, allegations, there's a caveat. Okay. But if any of that is in fact accurate, and there are a lot of allegations in there. So if even like half of it is accurate, there is a precedent here. One of the things we always talked about with Beckett is, in addition to being a dumpster fire, the reality was a lot of people would be like, well, why wouldn't somebody buy Beckett? Well, the weird way they were set up under a bigger company, and also the fact that the owner has been in prison. He was he was convicted. So here, I'm just reading it off the screen here. He was convicted in a bribery scheme. And that's a recent article, in addition to what he had been dealing with before. So he's had all kinds of legal troubles. And there's a company, a parent company, that owns them in addition to Southern Hobby and other things. And Isaacson is one of the ones who's now the CEO of Beckett. So he's alleged to have done some things. So there's a lot of shiftiness going on there. It would be a mess for somebody to go in and take it. And even if you wanted to do a deal, one of the challenges that we always thought was going to be the case, and it was just like, okay, you want to buy it. What part of it are you going to buy? And who do you negotiate with? If the owner of the parent company is in prison, who are you negotiating with? Basically stuff like that. Now, if a little bit of this stuff in the lawsuit is accurate, then it becomes a money problem. If you borrowed a lot of money and there's no hope in hell of you repaying it, now all of a sudden you're in money troubles. Now sale becomes more likely. Now all those barriers, which were, by the way, were real barriers, it might be a situation where somebody goes like, look, I don't care. This person is in charge. They can make the call. They make a deal. The deal is done. Sale is completed. We're moving on. So it might be just giving somebody a proxy control to be able to make the deal.
Didn't it say that he owes like $500 million?
That's one of the things. That there's a loan.
$500 million.
Chocolate sticks money.
I mean,
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what he owes. That's what he's behind the 8 ball in. And it seems as if he was skimming off the top of his other companies like Beckett, possibly to pay off his debts, possibly to get himself into deeper holes. Who knows? This guy is a criminal. He's a scumbag. He, he's not a swell fella.
They did 52,000 cards last month, Eric.
He's going
500
back
million
to
is nothing.
Yeah,
he is
right.
either going to get on a jet and disappear to some small island country, or he's going back.
I think he's going to wind up over there. I think he's going to wind up near some mountains somewhere because that's where all the shifty people end up.
Well, he can't have my mountain. He's got to go find his own.
All right, just saying, just throwing it out there. Just wanted to know.
I'm not sharing.
Yeah. Listen, whatever you say, Eric. Whatever you say.
How's your yodeling,
anyways?
My yodeling's going pretty good. I yodel.
Not bad.
I'm doing all right.
Well,
pretty good.
Yeah, don't ever encourage him again.
Please.
That sounds an awful lot like somebody who needs some lemons.
That sounded
Especially
like
ones with leprechauns in the background.
Smith's commercial or something.
Yeah.
It's a serious problem. Yeah, that's not cool,
Nicola!
Don't do it. You're gonna get the big board too.
I apologize, Carlos. I didn't want to start.
Yeah, it's like you should never do that again. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this thought so we can at least get out of this piece in one piece. Anyway, bottom line is the interesting takeaway for me. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check out the video yourself. The interesting thing for me is if they have sufficient money problems that it actually pushes him towards selling. It pushes them to fix whatever, complication they have and just put somebody in charge of selling it. That increases the likelihood they would actually get a deal done. Because then all of a sudden you're a depressed asset, you need the money, you overcome a lot of the problems that existed, then, someone, fanatics, could possibly come by and then it actually facilitates the thing that people suspected was going to be the case. The problems that we presented previously were all true, but now if he needs money desperately enough, well, that overcomes a lot of problems. That suddenly makes you a lot more willing to overcome a lot of the problems that have. And for fanatics, it could make it a lot more interesting because you could probably get it on the cheap if you really need to sell.
And it turns out that Beckett was trying to sell. Screw you, Bob.
I think it's a valid question.
Beckett was trying to sell, and guess what happened? The bubble burst. Just as the bubble burst, Beckett was trying to sell, and then the card bubble burst, and they were like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah.
Now,
and one of the things, though,
if Beckett watched this show back then,
yes.
I could have told them the exact date and time in which the bubble would burst, and they could have moved up the deal.
Well, that's why I ended up over in your mountain base. We understand. It all comes together. The point is that because they weren't able to complete the sale in the time where obviously values were at their highest, from what I understand, some of the loans that he took, which created the debt that he's in now, were with the idea that he would be able to sell this asset for like its maximum price. And then obviously when that all went away, it's like, uh-oh, you still owe the money. Just so we're clear, the marker still needs to be paid and covered. But now the thing you thought was going to take care of it for you now suddenly is not taking care of it for you. Mm-hmm. And the asset isn't worth that much because really none of us want the website. The database is not great. Really, the only thing Beckett Shield's all right. The Shield product's okay. That part's decent.
Beckett Shield is actually a really nice product. I will give them that.
Yeah. But everything else is like, yeah, no, I'm good. The rest of it's like, I can leave it. Just leave it.
Complete trash.
Yeah. So it's like, all right. So I just thought it was interesting because it came across my radar. So I thought I would share it. So we'll see. I'd like to see if any more smoke comes out of that. Maybe we'll see a couple more videos if it gets a little more traction. For now, I just put it there because apparently the lawsuit information has shown up. And we'll see. If Lesko covers it in some more depth or somebody else goes into it and finds out more information, I'm curious because the lawsuit exists. So it's just a matter of if anything comes of it. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
Yep. Bob Jackson says, I'm amazed how much they fumbled making a database a tool for collectors to track stuff. It's true. I was actually in there to double check because Name actually was asking me if I had a certain card, and I keep the checklist on there. I should probably print an offline copy at this point, to be honest. But anyway, the point is that, so I went in to check and the database was running like super slow. I just assumed Eric was sitting there going like, oh my God, I got to go on here. Just checking every page, every site.
I have 2 points. One, screw Name. He doesn't matter, so screw him. Second, in all seriousness to Bob, Bob, you're a educated collector. You've been doing this for a while. How in the world can you come on this chat and say you're amazed that Beckett can't do something? Listen, I'm taking a moment of seriousness.
Doesn't happen.
I thought you were better.
Wow.
I thought you were better. To actually come on this show in our chat and say, I'm amazed that Beckett sucks at something. I just thought you were better.
Wow.
You just don't know people.
You know?
You think you do. You just don't.
Brandon, that's
Bob,
cold right there.
Bob was here. Bob was here. Now Bob's here. Bob was here.
Wow.
Now Bob's here.
So like
Here.
Beckett.
Wow. By the way, a quick aside point, because Simon mentions it on there. For the upteenth time, I don't want Beckett to get resurrected. I think Beckett sucked before. Like, seriously, the magazine was good and everything, but like, it's over. Let's move on as a people. Like, they can die. It's fine. Let them die.
They can buy a nap.
Yeah, just let it die. Let it die.
Everything.
For some reason, the point is that in the video he mentions something that a lot of folks have said. Some people are like so desperately nostalgic to bring back. It's like, bring back when Beckett was great. Beckett has been bad for a long time. It didn't start like a year ago, like 2 years. It's been a long time. They've been terrible.
There's no coming back. That's it.
Let's say you start from scratch. Does the name still worth anything, or
to me at this point, I'm offended by the name. Listen. I think it started. It's better based on crooked doctoring. I'm not for the fake doctors. Again, you can't be a doctor if you can't write a prescription. Jimbo did the best he could with the time it was. Jimbo Beckett is no longer there. It's over. Let it die.
It's like Encyclopedia Britannica was cool and a reference material when we were growing up. And today, they're absolutely freaking worthless because we have Google. Kind of like how Beckett is. The price guide's worthless. The grading company's worthless. The name is worthless. So,
and we do have wonderful Wikipedia out there.
Wikipedia, Google.
The Google.
I had something that I wanted to get the opinion of.
Go ahead.
From you guys in the chat. And this is something, obviously, I've never experienced, but I thought it was an interesting example that was brought up. I'd seen it on my buddy JD. I think his channel is JD Sports Cars now. He changed his name, but he's seen it, I think, on X. But it's a example of a PSA upcharge on value of a superfractor of Dylan Cruz that then went to market and sold substantially less than the level that PSA charged him for. And that's an intriguing scenario to me, because they're charging the value on a card that obviously they really don't have anything to compare it to. And it's a prospect player. It's not anybody that's got any kind of, experience in the majors or anything like that. And I don't know what he submitted it at, but they chose to charge him based on a much higher level. And then when it actually hit the market, it went for way less than what they were perceiving the value as. Does anybody know how they handle that? Or if you were that person, what would you expect from it? Because I think that's a unique scenario with the upcharge situation.
So I don't know exactly how they'd handle it, but there's one thing I want to add here. And it's something that I'd heard that they were working on. So I'm not going to state it as fact. I'm simply going to state it as something that is my understanding. And if it changes, then we can find out more. But my understanding was one of the things they were doing with getting Card Ladder when they acquired it, one of the intentions was to be able to use it sometimes for things like valuations, especially for items that don't go on the market as often, because they came up with their little algorithm to try to predict pricing and stuff like that based on multipliers of base cards and things. I'm using it as an example. Base card is extreme, but you know what I'm getting at. Like there's a more of commonly available version, and then if you got a superfractor, they try to put a multiplier on it. I don't know if they've actually implemented that. I know that was something they wanted to do, and if they did, Brandon, that could explain how they came up with a valuation, because the longer gap it is between a comp that they're using as the baseline and the whatever multiplier they use, the more inaccurate it becomes. The more it's just a shot in the dark guess.
I think so obviously Cruz is in 2024 Bowman, so it's a new card. And from my understanding, they charged him based on the card being valued over 15,000, and it looked like it was graded and immediately put into golden auctions. And I think it brought like 7,700 or something like that. So like 50%.
The 7,700 honestly impresses me because I had no idea who we were talking about. So the 7,700.
It's the national Dylan Cruz, the kid that was at LSU, really good in college, but he's not done crap in the minors. But they drafted him high, and he's been hyped. He's the player of the product, but it wasn't even the auto. It was just the non-auto super, and it just like that's a huge gap there. The guy got charged based on it being worth 15K or more, and I don't know. Do they tell you when they upcharge what they value it at, or do they just do it at a level? Because I'm curious of what they valued it at, and it only brought like 7756 or something like that.
Yeah, well, it only has to clear. It just has to clear that level in order to get that upcharge. That's just it. Now the problem is with a 1-of-1. I hate trying to put a valuation on one. So just legitimately, I hate the idea of putting a valuation on 1-of-1 because you're basically, even if we're trying to be as honest as we can, we're trying to be as fair as we can. We're making it up. The question really is, who's your buyer? What do they want? And is the right combination of buyers available? So even if you go auction format, there's one price that could happen. Private sales is a different conversation entirely. Maybe you and I come to a specific deal. Maybe I'm willing to pay more. I do this all the time now, where we talked about in the past weeks ago, where the Facebook marketplace stuff and like groups and things like that. Well, somebody pulls something. I want it. I say, okay, what do you want to do? And it's like, well, we can come up with comps and things like that. But at the end of the day, is what does the seller want to try to get out of it? What is the buyer willing to do to make that happen? How does the negotiation go? But that's not an auction. We put it in an auction, maybe the exact same item, I can probably get it cheaper. Or maybe it goes more expensive if more people come into it that weren't on the Facebook group and suddenly see this thing and like, oh my God, I have to have it. And then they go crazy and boom, the price shoots up. But it can also go the other way. It goes the other way all the time. You put it in an auction, boom, you get it way cheaper. That's a different conversation. But a 1-of-1 is a guess. It's a shot in the dark. Like if multiple people want it, you can push it up if enough of them have enough money to push at it and they really want it that badly. It's a guess. That's why I hate the idea. And then basing an upcharge on it, that's tough because it's like, again, if you had asked me sight unseen and you had said 7,700, I still think that sounds crazy high. But maybe it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's completely fair.
Like, young prospect, I think he's batting like 234 or something like that.
Yeah. So that sounds crazy to me, but obviously they based on their upcharging thing, thought it was even more. So
do you think when it comes to something like that, and this is just a hypothetical question, but when it comes to like these 1-of-1s and the prospects and things like that, because I'm sure we're going to see this with the NIL, you're probably going to see more of it with football and even basketball and stuff. Do you think instead of value based, it should go like maybe a prospect tier based on the value of some of these uncomped cards where you're talking about not even professional athletes, they're essentially collegiate or minor league athletes, and just give them a tier level? This is a tier A prospect, this is a tier B, a tier C, whatever, and then go at it about that way.
So you could, I think it would still make, the problem is there are already so many tiers and things like that it is complicated. However, if you wanted to do that, you could, to your point, do like a tier A, tier B, and then the base price would be a little bit higher, but you increase the level. So you give yourself more space So that allows you then, yeah, you're paying more upfront for like a lower price prospect, but then if you won't just barely crawl over a price and then suddenly get bumped up to the next level, you give yourself a little more room to work with. So it might not be a terrible idea. So, you know, your tier B or C could be up to 15,000 and then keep the price a little bit lower. And then above 15,000, there you go. You go to the next level up. So that.
And this a rookie card?
What's that?
Is that a rookie?
It's a first Bowman. Like he's a prospect.
Not even a rookie. It's not considered a rookie.
Yeah.
It's considered a fancy prospect card.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy when you consider that you can get a Bobby Orr, you know, rookie card in a 5 for that? You know, it's almost silly.
But like I said, I'm a Nationals fan.
He's done nothing yet.
I'm a Nationals fan. I think he's overhyped.
Huh?
In fairness, Bobby Orr hasn't done anything either. Like his Blackhawks career, when he started in the NHL in the Blackhawks, like it didn't work out, Bobby. It didn't last very long. It wasn't great. And before that, all of his stuff was in the minors. Like before that, I don't think he did anything. It was weird.
A 54, how? You know, you can get into a whole bunch of them. You just sit there and shake your head and going, I don't see the future in this at that kind of price level. And actually, if it becomes this super duper star, maybe it might justify it. But for the most part, it isn't. That's total speculation, man. That's wow. At that price point, and none of us spent $7,700 on any card. I don't imagine ever. Oh,
you don't know how much you spent on lemon M&Ms. You don't know.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good point.
There's always one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Latex here.
Anyways, it's hard listening to that. And
Eric's pretty hard to listen to. I agree.
He is definitely. It just keeps going on and on and on, and I just go, okay, refractor, 101, okay, fine. These 15,000 it was supposed to be suspect. Come on, 15 grand. That's a lot of money.
Non-autoed.
Yeah.
Non-autoed.
Who cares auto? What's his auto worth? $100? Like put it on a card, it's 50,000. I don't know.
But that's my point. They're saying the non-auto was above that level. What are they saying the auto was worth?
See, if you would have told me that at the beginning, I wouldn't be so hard on this stupid stuff. Anyways, okay. Go on. Move on.
Latex here says a superfractor of that higher prospect, I would want to know what they charge ahead of time. Yeah, you probably want to at least get a ballpark on that. So Will here. Good evening, Will. Even Jen, speaking of the one along those lines, and one of the stolen cards, so one of the ones from the Dallas show, SGC 10 Winfield rookie, I find properly assessing a price on a card like that very, very hard. So yeah, so that's an issue because that's a condition rarity, right? So that's that I think the Winfield is a 74 tops, I think. So it's one of those ones where 74 is not like the worst year, but a nicely centered copy is a little tougher to come by if you want to get one that's clean and everything like that. The Winfield was in an SGC 10, so it's a nice clean copy of that card. But yeah, trying to figure out a price on that is like the question is, I could go get that Dave Winfield. I could go on eBay right now and buy a nice raw copy of the Dave Winfield. It doesn't have to be a super premium copy. It can be a nice copy for a fairly reasonable price. But if you say SGC, yeah, but then you say SGC 10, if somebody really, really must have a super nice copy and they'll pay the premium for it. So what's that worth? I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll tell you.
Tell you.
I went and pulled up the list when I seen that comment, just to give you an idea what they had it valued at. It's on the list at 20 grand. So whether that's high or low, I guess that's subjective or opinionated, but they had it priced at 20,000.
Yeah. But basically what's interesting about that is it is an SGC 10. So you can't even blame the PSA set registry guys on that one because you can listen, you're not cracking that out. You're not taking your life into your own hands with that if you're paying anywhere near 20 grand. Like I think your intention at that point is to leave it in the damn holder, leave it where it is. Leave it alone if you're going to pay that much for it. Dufex here was saying value 101 is like valuing a house, depends on the type of similar homes in the area as recent sales type of house. Yeah. So some of the comps, yeah. But a lot of times, like I said, okay, so this prospect's better than this other prospect. How much better? So, if you're trying to make it apples to apples to the best of your ability, okay, this one sold for $3 grand. So is this prospect twice as good? 1.5 times as good? Like, what are we talking about?
My That's Reggie Lemlin 1-on-1 is worth $1 million.
Eric, that card is worth more than your whole collection. Anyways,
You get 500 of them, Eric. You can
which
pay
is
off your
almost
Beckett
true,
debt.
right? You'll kind of look at it and go, almost.
Yep. Bob Jackson saying, so where is Eric hiding out this weekend? In his secret mountain base.
Yes. Which mountain?
It's a hollowed out volcano, and I have submarines and everything.
And a shark with laser beams on his head.
Sharknado. I knew it.
Frickin' laser beams on his head.
That's right. That's right. Tom here says it's really hard to value 101. I think it's possible that I've averaged all similar level prospect supers when valuing it, not separating the autos from the base, leaving more room for error. It could be, but then I'm back to what I said a moment ago. Similar level prospects. Based on what? Like, what is a similar level prospect? Like, that's actually not a bad way to do it if you can determine what similar level prospects are. And that's where it gets real, because we're talking a super and exact science there.
You want to know the craziest thing when listening to all of that? And just the way, I mean, we all know times have changed over the last several years, but when you put it into perspective like that, and they're saying that Dylan Cruz valuation 15K plus, right?
Yeah.
I still remember the Juan Soto superfractor, and keep in mind, he doesn't have a non-auto superfractor. He only has the auto, and he didn't have very many cards at all in 16 and all that. It was listed at like $2,500. Think about like what it would be, you know, today in today's the way he turned out and everything. But they're saying this kid who's batting 234 in the minors and his non-auto 101 is over 15 grand. You know, it's just a different world we're in cards today.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
honestly.
But so I'll use a different example here, just in the same premise, just sticking to the same general theme. So first, Bob Jackson says, Eric, I heard you can't even have freaking laser pointers.
I keep finding them in my own eyes, and then I got to keep getting my prescriptions changed.
But what I was going to say was that, so I'll give you an example of kind of the same thing. So this week, what's funny is on the Wrestling YouTube channel, the other one, the previous week, I had talked about how there weren't enough products that were actually coming out, the long delays between products. And I also mentioned long delays between e-packs. And I even dropped a couple of names there. I said, well, it'd be nice to have a card of like a couple of the prospects that, you know, AEW has going on, because they have no cards because it's been so long. They're not on the checklist yet or any of that. One of them that I name dropped was Mariah May, who had a big angle on the last show. And now she's going to go to do the championship match at Wembley at All In. So she's English, and she's going to be in one of the big feature matches at All In Wembley Stadium in England. And she still doesn't have a real card. Like, she's got like a card they made. And sitting there like, she's been at the company since the end of last year, and she still doesn't have a real card.
What do you
it's
think?
Like, that's what these delays are doing. Yeah, so like,
when she comes
but it's
out,
like you missed opportunity.
But I think this is probably going to be the biggest moment of her career. And when she pops, I think she's going to get one of those, those special moment cards. I don't know what the hell they call. They will for sure. But the problem, so they had one when she first joined the company that they made like an instant. You could get those like buy like a little pack, and they would make them. By the way, it's a physical card. You can get a physical card for it, so it does exist. My point though is that it would have been great to have her in any of the sets, to have a couple of cards of hers, so that an audience that is now because she spent a lot of her career over in Japan and working in Europe and things like that. So now she's in this North American company in front of this audience. She was in the main event angle at the end of the show and left a big impression, because, just to make a long story short, she was participating in a tournament to crown the number one contender to face the champion, who she has been aligned with. She has been the lackey, the understudy of the champion. So they had been aligned this whole time. And the idea was one of them is going to turn on the other. The question is who and when and all that. She wins the tournament. The champion's very happy for her. Like, they're celebrating. It's a celebration. And then she gets clocked. And then immediately an attack begins, a beatdown, a whole thing, the humanity. But then they go into a angle where she gets cut open with what they did with it.
And the show ends with her crimson mask bleeding. The champion is bleeding, and the number one contender has turned on her completely. And the audience is looking, and the shot is them, champion bleeding, the challenger standing there after what she's done, and they should do the shot, and they've got the shot of the two of them, and it's going to be them at Wembley Stadium. Perfect. Wouldn't it be great if she had a card already and people would be like, oh man, this is great. I'm enjoying this, whatever. It's a missed opportunity is the point. It's like, so you completely missed. Yeah, there's going to be now more momentum going forward. And if they continue executing the story well, it could be a big moment there as well. There's a reasonable chance she wins the title, but she still doesn't have a card, like a real card from a regular set available for them. And it's like, well, maybe you can go and look up the Japanese cards because they do make some cards over in Japan. So she's had a nice career in Japan as well. But it's like, you're completely missed on this. Like, this is where these are the kind of people it's the prospects and the people who aren't already established names that are your biggest opportunity, because they start off low because nobody knows what they're going to become. And then if they elevate, that's where things get exciting for folks. That's the point. So the only reason why part of the reason though I was mentioning that is that, so even though there had been nothing, finally they put AEW Allure on EPAC. Well, this is 2022 AEW Allure. They finally got around to putting on an EPAC. Now, this is good news for me.
No big deal.
Yeah, it took only forever. The point is, this is good news for me because there are some of the dentist PC cards that I've been looking out for, some of the tougher ones that have not surfaced. And usually when EPAC shows up is when more of them start to surface. And I'm like, okay, great. Fantastic. Sounds good. So the EPAC people go and start opening up cards, and they find some of these cards, and I've been able to make some offers on a few. I've been able to buy a few. But I'm on these Facebook groups trolling to try to find these missing. Like my list has gotten really small. So I'm just trying to find these last couple. Great. I see one of the ones that I'm looking at. I reach out to the guy and I'm like, and I'm going to spare names to protect the innocent or guilty or whatever right now. But basically, I just said flat out, would you consider selling this card? Because a lot of them are like, oh, I'd consider a trade, whatever. It's like, would you consider selling it? This is the comment. It's a big PC card for me that I traded for. I would have to be a crazy offer for me to sell it. That was on Wednesday. Thursday, post. Okay, I would be willing to do this for sale. Shoot me your offers. It lasted a whole day. A big PC card, right? So I basically just said, and I said in that scenario, I said, okay, look, I don't know what kind of offers you got. I can offer you $125. And I'm looking at it based on there's two versions of it. One of them is a horizontal, one of them is a vertical, same parallel and everything. I paid $225 for the horizontal. Those are 1 in 4,000 packs. They're very difficult to pull.
Right.
The vertical version is 1 in 1,000 packs. It is 4 times easier to pull. So I'm sitting there. I paid $225 for that one. $125 is actually me being pretty generous. I'm actually being quite nice. I should probably go 1/4, but I'm being aggressive because I would like to win. I would like to buy the card and get the card. And then his comeback is like, well, I have about $300 in trade offered so far. Pretty big card since it matches both careers. And I'm sitting there like, don't try to sell me on that. Yeah, don't try to sell me on that. I literally was like, I paid $225 for the horizontal. It's 4 times tougher. And he goes, I personally think the vertical is the better card. And I'm like, okay, you're an idiot.
Okay. You can have an opinion of what's better. Anyone can do that, and that's fine. But a numerical fact of there's only so many pulled this many packs, and here's the ratio, is not an opinion. So I'm not interested in your opinion.
Yeah. Well, the argument was, it's like, oh, I think it's a nicer card, and I think it's better for grading. And I'm sitting there like, I just said, it's like, well, best of luck with that. But my thought from it is, I'm sitting there like, it's for my collection. I'm not worried about grading it unless the card is in bad condition. I don't really care. That's not part of the equation. And the other part of it is I'm sitting there like, dude, it is 4 times easier, which means, and this has happened before, I've made an offer on a card where they didn't take my offer, and it sat and sat and sat and sat and sat. And then eventually, if they weren't able to make a deal, then I just buy it from them later cheaper, because the offer I gave them at the time was a strong offer because it's the impatience tax. I made an offer based on the impatience tax. You take this price now, I am paying you more than I'll pay you in 2 months.
Yeah, I just had the impatience tax on a Reggie Lemlin card that I've been showing you guys. The last one I had with him in a Bruins uniform that's autographed. I can't show it to you now. Obviously, I'm not home, but I totally overpaid for that. There's no way I should have paid that much money. It was stupid. But
Did you pay this much?
Yes. Oh my God. I sent the guy one candy bar, and I said I sent him a mini. I sent him one full-size candy bar for the card, and I'm like, damn it! I should have just given him a mini. So I totally overpaid. But I've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting to see this card at shows online for a long time. It's been sitting there on eBay forever. eBay forever.
So
And
what would be the
finally, I'm
upcharge on
like,
that card?
What?
What would be the upcharge on that card?
No cost is too great, Bobby. No cost is too
No
great.
cost is too
Here-
great, but
Here's the thing there, Eric.
I'm the only one that would pay that. It's been for a year.
You're the only one that would pay anything. And
Right.
we need to go back to the days on comps of it's worth as much as someone would pay. And so now the card is officially worth whatever you paid. The problem is you already have it now and nobody else would want to buy it. So
Right.
And the other problem too is basically Eric is the only guy who buys Regulum, and hence he's comping himself against himself all the time.
Well, that was the point.
here
The point of my
for another
story.
one to show up.
The point of the story was that we don't have a valid comp of a truly equivalent. The best I could do was I had to look at the more rare version from the same set of the same person and work backwards and be like, okay, so this one's more expensive because it is a tougher card. It is a more difficult card to pull, and it is the same person from the same set in the same year. So I got to work backwards. This one's more common. It's not super common, but it's more common. So more of those will appear than the other one. So when I make that offer, I'm doing it based on that. And then, like I said, they're sitting there, and that's one of those sellers who is like, he's trying to get everybody to bid against themselves. Every response is with the idea is, if you thought 125 was too low, you could have said, I'd like to get 250 for it. You could have said, I'd like to get whatever. And then I know, all right, I'm probably not going to do that. But the point is, at least I know that. The whole thing is like, you tell me, oh, I've been offered like $300 in trade. I'm sitting there, yeah, and I'm offering you cash. I don't care about your trade. I'm very happy for you.
Take it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Or you can
The point is, what does that have to do with anything? To me, the ratio, if we're talking about a transaction, unless the stuff that's being offered you in trade is stuff you really want, if you're telling me you've been offered $300 in trade, then the likelihood is it wasn't stuff you wanted. Otherwise, you would have taken it already. So it could have been $3,000 in trade. Who cares? Like, I'm talking about cash. I'm talking about trading cash, not cards. So what do you want? And that's the thing. But in that situation, it goes back. It's not a one of one. But the point is, not too many of them have made it onto the market. So the problem is, we don't have comps. I don't have valid comp that I can offer anybody, myself or anybody else. We're guessing. We're fumbling around in the dark. I'm a very aggressive buyer on these, so I'll pay more than most. I'm sure there's somebody out there who was just like, I'll pay $1,000. Well, good for you. It's yours. Like, I'm not going to do that. But other than that, what do you think it's worth?
Well, Bobble said, that they estimated 20K. That's a little high, I would say. Like, that's a lot high, actually, on an estimate of a one of one of a prospect.
Well, they estimated above 15. I don't know the exact number, but it sold for 777, I think 7756 or something weird like that.
Email them and say, what the hell?
Yeah. What I was going to say though is the problem with a lot of these. So you made reference to the whole, the old way they used to do comps, or in this case, I've listened to I think I saw a video where somebody was complaining that, we should get away from comps. It's like, okay, so then we're literally making shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's the thing.
Well, we kind of are, dude.
Yeah, the comp is not the be all and end all. Yeah, the comp is not the be all and end all. But just to be clear, the advantage of the idea of a comp, it doesn't mean it's set in stone, but it gives us an anchor. It gives us something to connect us to reality. Otherwise, it's like, oh, this is a base card. How much is it worth? So, well, how many of them are there? I have no idea. $50,000. Based on what? Like, the other person says it's 12 cents. You say it's $50,000. You're both wrong. But the question is, how far off are you? I don't know.
Similar to price guides. They're just guides.
Yeah. But the reason why that became an innovation at the time it was, the reason why it was useful is because we were starting off fumbling around from nothing. It's like, so you'd have the buyer say 12 cents, and you'd have the seller say $50,000. Well, you're both wrong. That the market will not bear that. But the thing is, how far one of you is closer to the truth. I don't know who's closer to the truth until we have something to work off of.
The biggest problem I have with comps and cards, and now that I'm selling like a bit of everything, the card people are the ones that want to penny and nickel and dime to whatever like the last sale is. And the issue there is, and I'm just going to use myself as an example, and just, this card here. Let's say I throw this up on eBay and I have 10 cents into it. And I'm like, okay, I'll take $2 for it. But it's an $8 card, right? But I don't care. I just want to get rid of it and make the profits, move on. The problem in cards is too many people then will expect that the value of this to be $2 because the last one sold for $2. Like, it's so heavily dependent on the last sale. And so as a seller, you're constantly wanting to be drugged down to whatever the lowest comp is. But then the dealers are wanting to price at the high comp. The buyers are wanting to buy at the below comp. And so it's this constant struggle. When I'm listing, I don't know, random crap, I go on Terapeak, I look at whatever the last few sales are, and then I look at what's listed. I'll be honest, I look at what's listed and I price my stuff to where I know it's going to sell and not just sit on a damn shelf. That's not going to affect the next seller, because the person buying the next item, they're going to see what's available, and they're not going to give a shit that maybe I sold $5 less than that person. They're going to buy at what's available. And that's the biggest difference in the overall space when it comes to cards versus other things.
Well, comps are law, and the lamination of women.
The law. And occasionally there are cards that defy pricing conventions, that are honestly just priceless, if you will. Eric, feast your eyes on the bread. Illumination.
Oh,
Dynamite.
Got dinosaurs in it too. Ooh,
Oh my
that's
God.
pretty sharp.
That's got to be a leaf card,
really
right?
sure.
No, that's wild card.
He's on my leaf.
It has to be by leaf.
Oh, did they
Pretty
buy them?
busy.
They did, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they bought wild card. Yeah, let me double check, but I'm pretty sure they did.
Is that
Look
Barney
at
in the
that
background?
complete trash.
That's
Barney
actually
did it.
pretty cool. As weird as it is, I mean,
That's
it's
trash.
different.
And then, did they not put the sticker in the right place, or did Numbnuts not sign it in the center of the sticker? What the hell's going
They
on?
didn't want to cover the dinosaur,
Looks like the dinosaur wants to
talon or
pick at him.
whatever.
Well, the sticker definitely
junk.
goes up into the dinosaur. So I actually think the sticker is a little bit elevated as well.
Yeah, I think it's more leaf junk, and I hate leaf. I hate what they've done to me and turned me
Is the
into.
number on?
I was
the
about to
foot-
say, yeah, after all the cards you have.
Looks like Barney.
Is that a 1 of 1 in the foot, or is that?
Yeah. Yeah. It
Okay,
is. Hold
I
on.
couldn't really
There you
tell
go.
what it was said there. That's
Yeah,
kind of
of course.
generic.
There's only one of this thing.
Thank
That's
God.
kind of generic.
That's probably enough.
So it's a 1 of 1, and they still couldn't get the autograph right on it. That's awesome. Good job, Leaf.
Have
Hey,
you
listen,
seen
that's
Tops?
the green lava
Hell.
one, Eric. It's a 2023 wild card illumination.
Oh
Illumination. Dynamite.
How are
guys
you ever
suck.
going to remember these
You guys
names in
suck
10
so
years?
bad. You're the worst card company in the history of card companies. You suck.
It was Luis Reyes. I forgot I
There you
had
go.
this one. I stole all the rest of them last year when he was on his crazy hitting.
Leaf.
So Bob says, how do they miss the spot losing the sticker? Skills, Bob. Skills. They
Remember,
apply the
it's a
sticker themselves,
1 of
man.
1. That is a 1 of 1.
I'm sorry. It makes me laugh. Now, that is a perfect example of what I was talking about, though. Okay. So that's a bread. And it is a 1 of 1, right? Right. But here's the thing. There's so many of them at this point, and most of the ones they do are 1 of 1s. So when most of them are 1 of 1s in, Leaf and Wild Card, etc., then the supply is plentiful in general. In general terms, there's plenty of them out, especially sticker auto, not so fella autographs. There's plenty of those. They're a dime a dozen. So the guy who has this auction has it as $300 your best offer, and I'm like, no, not on your best day. Like under $100 all day long, because
all day.
Yeah, the thing is that Brett can still command some value, being a Hall of Famer and being extremely popular from the '90s. But his autographs are so ubiquitous. He signs so much stuff that it brings the price down. Just does. So there is still demand for it, but the supply is plenty.
Fines to pay down south. He has some fines to pay, so he's just signing away, trying to make a buck to get those fines taken care of.
Oh, from his standpoint, he doesn't care. He's signing a sticker sheet. Like for him, it's like whatever. Like he can sign a sticker sheet. He literally is collecting money for every single one of those stickers he signs.
Oh, yeah.
Like he gets a nice chunk of change. But the thing is that I can't just look at them, because I also can go over to Panini and I can find plenty of sticker autos for him there as well. So it's like, it's not just, both companies use that. They use it plenty. But the difference is Panini is licensed. So therefore the card will hold more value. These other ones, I'll give him credit for being out there. Having him chased by a pterodactyl is a little different. It's no leprechaun, but he is being chased by a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
I think we're going backwards. We're not going forward.
Literally going backwards in time, Bobby. Literally backwards in time.
Yeah. It's like
if it was a T-Rex, Eric, I'd be all over it. If it was a T-Rex, we might be talking.
How you get to remember all these names of these different products in the next 5 years? It'll be like, what was that? I have no idea.
Well, with a lot of the license with Bobby, it's literally on the back of the card.
Who
the product is on the back of the card.
If you're just calling from recall, that's what I mean.
Oh no. I don't. I have a good memory for this stuff, and I don't even try. I don't even bother with it.
Yeah, not even with it. Nope.
But with Leaf, it's easy because you just that Leaf shit.
That's
the one with the pterodactyl, and I go, yeah.
Listen, don't be using all your fancy technical terms over here.
Yeah, right.
Calm down. Slow your roll there, Mountain Boy. Slow your roll.
I have a suggestion for Leaf for the next Reggie Lemon M&M special insert.
I'm gonna go home and burn all your stuff.
They should seriously consider the chocolate stick insert.
What if the leprechaun was holding a chocolate stick and the leprechaun was etched?
Yeah, but most people would think that chocolate stick was something else.
Yes, especially if you etch it.
Or the main one.
That's actually, that could work. That word kind of almost goes.
I'm just saying. Throwing it out.
I just had an etch. Okay.
Make fun of the chocolate stick all you want. Okay. But Frenchie down there, he's had them and he likes them.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
It's not just me. They're delicious.
Yes, yeah, he appreciates a good sugar rush. Yes.
I'm really surprised Eric's never dabbled into the Dunkin' Go Nuts insert set. They have their own insert set.
But Lemon's not there.
I've never seen cards that, believe it or not, I know it's all joking aside, I don't go to Dunkin' Donuts very often, but I've never in my 50 years, I've never seen cards offered at a Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, they weren't offered there. They just stole the IP. They just stole the IP.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. They actually were basically I don't remember if they were sued or not, but they basically got a cease and desist and they go, don't you ever dare even allude to that again. Unless we're getting a cut, don't you even think that thought. Get that thought out of your head. Some
of them are very expensive.
They are, yeah. Well, it helps also, to be honest, though, truthfully, in all seriousness, a set like that is actually helped by the fact they didn't do it every year and run it into the ground. Because the thing, so look, the joke, the dynamite, it makes for a good joke. When I saw it come across my search, save searches for, it just made me laugh. But here's the thing. What I said a moment ago is valid. It's true. The more you get of something, so in this case, not Swellfella sticker autos, the more you have, it drags the whole thing down. So every other sticker auto gets dragged down along with it. When Leaf has 5 million parallels, it drags it down. When they come up with these wacky ideas, not in and of itself, look, it's silly, but it's different. I can't say that Panini has a set where players are being chased by dinosaurs. I can't say that. So it is something different. We complain that no one tries anything. Well, they try something. They have chasing leprechauns, and Eric over there is bitching and moaning it from his mountain base.
They
Does
suck.
anybody know the
Don't-
10-year-old that's
no.
creating the leaf parallels? Because we said
Possible.
we want kids in the hobby, and they're definitely
No,
No,
like,
I'm convinced.
Yeah,
I'm
Brandon, they're
convinced-
working in the hobby. They're working.
Yeah,
that's
like
what I'm
child
saying.
labor
We know the
almost.
10-year-old that's that's doing the
creative.
designs.
I'm convinced that they're trying to do some type of charity work, and they've hired children from the School of the Blind, and that's why the cards look the way they do, and the stickers are misplaced. And I think
Hey,
that's
you know what,
it
Eric? You're making fun of these kids, and I'd love to see you with crayons.
yeah.
is. You know, I have an issue with drawing, staying within the lines. Why you got to make fun of me?
Because it's
I
fun.
just want everyone to know it. That's all.
Yeah, just saying.
Fine.
like
All right. Everyone
pterodactyls.
knows now. Everyone knows that when I color in my books, my adult coloring books, I can't stay within the lines. Okay. And now, fine. Everyone knows. Thanks.
Yeah, well,
It's
listen,
no
I think it goes
different
along
than
with the
staying on a
ambiance and the mood
bicycle.
lighting. Listen, I think the important thing is it goes along with the ambiance and the mood lighting as Eric slowly descends into Aaron Rodgers in the darkness. Jason here says Carlos needs to grow a beard. I pass. I leave it to the other family members. They can do it.
Well,
The
kids
hobby
like
needs more child
dinosaurs,
labor.
right?
Damn right.
Kids must like those cards of dinosaurs, you know?
The problem, Bobby, is they can't afford them. You know, they make a bunch of one-on-one.
You know?
Look at you. By the way, you all get the comedic silence of the Burrell if you subscribe to the app.
Only if.
That's a hidden feature. Hidden feature.
What'd you say?
Something about appetizers. Don't worry about it. Stay focused, Eric. Stay focused in the
All
darkness.
right. I'm focused.
Yeah, listen. You got to be careful of the darkness. Aaron Rodgers might be out there.
Do you believe in a thing called love?
He's with Mojo.
Which Mojo?
I got the Mojo.
All the answers are wrong. All the answers are always wrong. All right, let's touch on this for a couple of minutes since we go, because I know some people in the chat are doing it. All right, let's do a quick roll call. Here we go. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Who, with a showing of hands and mountain bases, who is going to the Nacional?
I can't get it up. My arm just won't go up.
Hang on.
All right, anytime now, guys. Anytime. You're doing great.
No.
Where's
I
Andy?
don't see anybody.
We need 10 reasons why.
The what?
10 reasons. Where's Andy? Bring Andy in. 10 reasons why we're not going to the National.
It happens.
Number one, it's in Cleveland.
Manny just says, Carlson not inherit the trace for beard or mustache, says you, young man.
It's
I just shave
most-
more often than you do. And see, the problem is that once upon a time, he realized, wait a minute, shaving requires effort. And then he gave it up. Yep, that's pretty much it.
I want to know what many ninjas got Carlos for his birthday?
Yeah.
It is true. It is true. I have allowed him to live this long. I feel like that at least is worthy of some serious compensation.
Well, that is
Reparation.
Work in the alcohol business, so maybe something.
Well, right now, Bobby, right now, the alcohol business is not operating.
Oh, is he on strike right now?
Well, they are. the whole group.
The
So
old
the
LCBO
LCBO
is
is closed.
down.
You can get it in the grocery store still, right?
Yeah, but he works in the LCBO.
Yeah, I know. But how are they getting from the LCBO to those grocery stores?
Oh, that's the warehouse folks. Yeah, that's different. That's that one. But no, he works in like an actual store.
So he's at
Wait.
home. He can celebrate. He can make things for your birthday and stuff.
I know it's true. It's facts.
Cut some stuff.
Does the weed store is down too? No.
No.
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure.
Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry.
Yannick,
The weed
there
stores are
would
open.
be
It's okay, pal.
Munchie powered. Yannick, there would be Munchie powered riots in the streets if this happened. I'm just saying.
I'd buy cases of Cheetos or something and just hand
Yeah,
them out.
exactly.
Yeah.
The end is nigh. The
15
apocalypse
bucks.
is upon us.
$15.
Is Eric a witness protection? Beckett could hire a hitman? Maybe.
They're out to
He
get me.
wish.
Yeah, here we go. Independent VQA wineries as well. Yeah, there you go. So that is so. Yeah, there are those groups. What's funny is is my parents actually asked me because I was going to go to the grocery store last week, and they said, "Hey, can you tell us if the?" So I went in and actually the beer that I got right now, still got some. I actually bought it at the grocery store. It was still well stocked. It had just been basically the thing has just started. However, quick side point. One of the breweries that I actually patronize, their brewery, they will just deliver their stuff So of course they're not affected because
Right.
they're like, yeah, we brew it, we can it, it's our stuff. So
There's
yeah,
a ton
we'll
of
deliver it to you.
microbreweries around, right?
Yeah, exactly. They'll deliver. They'll be like, yeah, we'll deliver it to you. Sure.
So
Just make sure
the-
you
the
buy enough to
strike
make it
isn't
worth the
healthy
delivery
tonight.
fee. And yeah.
Strike
So
isn't
that's why I
healthy.
think I've patronized them anyway before, but I'll probably just send them over an order and go, all right, guys, send it over. So I'm unaffected by this one way or the other, but it is interesting to see how much I haven't checked this week, but I'd be curious this weekend if the beer sections are getting rated in the grocery
Yes,
stores.
I
and
would
stuff like
say.
that. I think there's a good chance that they've probably been
Mhm.
rated pretty well.
What
All
is
that's
the-
left basically at that point is just Guinness. Just Guinness as far as the eye can see.
Oh, it's my birthday.
See? Told you.
Yeah, he'll have put 2 heavy ones down and whew, watch out.
So,
That's true.
so anyway, so I'm going to take it based on the previous showing of hands. The Nacional, not so much. Anybody in the chat? Nacional? Dom?
Mhm.
I don't know. Jason, probably. I assume a couple of y'all. So I
Right.
just figured, roll call for Nacional, folks.
I know
We'll do
some
our
people
standard-
are going, but that's it.
Yeah, we'll do a standard national, not national content. We got the annual tradition like no other.
Yep,
We're less than 2 weeks away. We're rapidly approaching. I think it's the 24th when it starts.
Jeff Wilson going?
Of course.
in his new,
He's
in
got
his
a
new
life.
partner.
Who's going to run the store?
I
One
look
of the
running
cast of
myself,
thousands.
I
One of the
forgot.
cast of thousands.
I look forward to see the national from the comfort of my seat behind my screen there and seeing what everyone is up to. That will be my national.
We need a
I
guy
think
with
that's
a
why
GoPro.
we have the annual, not national coverage on this channel. I am here to
Right.
provide the national, not national.
Live.
I am going to try to make the same amount of at national videos that I did last year.
That's
With the
bold.
you had the GoPro on your head, right?
The what?
Actually,
GoPro.
Oh yeah, yep. I wore it on right on my forehead,
Mhm.
and I'm hoping to make the same amount of videos as I did last year, live from the national.
it's a bold move. It's a bold
If we
move.
could employ somebody to go around with a GoPro, we wouldn't have to go. You just walk
How
around and
about
go,
that?
hey, wait, how much I got need for that? Okay.
I'll make a deal. I'll go to the national the day it's in Vegas.
Oh, I'll be there.
Well,
I've
that's
said
like
it 100
dude,
times. I'll go as soon as it's in Boston.
Simple.
listen. As far as I'm concerned, this year, I want to make sure that I'm very responsible. But I'm just going to say this: I will commit if the finances allow, Bobby, and you can mark my words on this. If the finances allow, I will commit to go to Vegas every single national until they have one.
Yeah.
During the national week, I will just go to Vegas again and again and again under
Yeah.
protest against
Why
my
not?
will. I will just keep going there until the national shows up.
That's a very good
You'll show them.
dedication. That's dedication.
That's right.
It is. Like,
These are the things I do
things
for the
you're
hobby.
willing
Bobby.
to
These are the things I
sacrifice.
do.
The things
Yes.
you're willing to sacrifice for this hobby. I hope people appreciate you.
I do. I hope. Listen,
I-
on today
I
of
think-
all day, Eric, on today, the holiest of days,
Holiest
would
of
think-
holies.
the
I
holy
would
of
think they would at least
holy.
man
Yep.
a piece.
Yep. I hear you.
Sean says, what's the most fun booth to visit at the National? Cards HQ, obviously.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Is there,
the one
is
that
there even another booth? Is there even another booth?
here's another
You're gonna spend
example of
more
times
money.
changing from the whole COVID era and
Uh-huh.
how quickly companies are forgotten. And I don't even know if this company's still in business, but one of the coolest booths, I wouldn't say, I don't know if you want to say the most fun, but one of the
Okay.
coolest setups and one of the coolest booths at Atlantic City in 2022 was Zero Cool. And how often do you hear the name Zero Cool anymore?
Mhm.
So that tells you how quickly
Zero.
things change around here.
Talk about garbage. I said something earlier.
Bought a
and
case of them. Yes, go on.
I want to apologize to Leaf.
You should have.
I said earlier that they were the worst card company ever, the worst cards ever.
Mhm.
And I want to apologize to Leaf. They are not the worst card company ever. Zero Cool Cards and Gary V's garbage and the
Gary
the
Koo?
This
And-
wasn't
and-
the Gary Vee thing. I'll actually grab them.
Cookie Pony.
Yeah, Zero
Cool.
Cool. Zero Cool was Luber.
yeah, I said both. and these complete. They are zero cool, and the next thing that's probably the all-time worst, of course, are NFTs. So NFTs, zero cool, Gary V, and then Leaf.
Fourth.
Mhm.
Yeah,
He's
they
got
were
a power
doing
ranking.
the Stranger Things promotions
Yep.
and Dune.
Okay.
That's what they had at 2022. You
Dune
got
was
like a
not
little
even a good
ticket, and
movie
then
when it came out.
had like this little. Speaking of hot topics currently, vending machines. They had a vending machine that you got a pack out of or whatever. But the point was the display. Like they had one of the best setup displays with like the big clock tower for Stranger Things and all of that. It was a very, very like there was a lot of activity. There was always a line for people waiting to get the promo cards and stuff. They had a really good booth. But again, when do you hear their name now? So
Well,
it
that's the
just
thing.
goes to
Like
show.
I would expect in the corporate area there are going to be some booths where they're going to spend some money to have the bells and whistles, to have games or whatever. They did years ago now at the expo. They had Be a Player had like they had their own little cordoned off area. What was it?
Yep.
Was it like Be a Player Land or was I forget what it was called?
Yeah, it was just a little section in the back.
In the game land. I think it was in the game land or something.
That's
like
what
that.
it was in the game. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but what they had was they had displays of like hockey memorabilia and stuff. They did have some games. They had a couple. So you actually had a couple different things going on. So you could go inside this area and participate in some
And then you can
displays
get
and
a
interactive
promo
things.
card. You get a
Yes.
promo expo card, and by
Yeah.
spinning the wheel or something, then you would go and they would go in the back and give you the card. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Which
got
I think
one,
is
actually.
not. It's a decent idea. Like if you can come up with something that people are interested in that they can go towards, it's fine. And they're gonna have plenty of corporate presence. So I would expect, jokes aside, one of the corporate booths is probably going to be the most fun booth at the national. I can't pick a dealer booth because it's like, well, it depends on what cards they have and what you want. like that has nothing to do with fun. Now the dealer might be a good person, there might be a good conversation or whatever it is. That's a different conversation. But like for the most part, it's like, no, well, card booths are card booths. They're not fun. It's just they got stuff on them. And maybe you want the stuff. Maybe you're interested in the stuff. That's I don't know. Maybe that's what's fun. Materialism. Let's go. That excites you. Yeah, but that's all it is. It's like, yeah, for the corporate ones are where they try to at least have a game or something like that, or like a giveaway or something. So if you're gonna have fun, quote unquote fun, an interactive element where maybe you win a free prize, to me is more fun than just staring at a showcase of cards. Now, if there's a card I want, I still want to buy it, but that has nothing to do with fun.
CGC had you mentioned the games, but they also in 2022 had the full like the Jordan I think it was the sneakers, if I remember right, like all the Jordan sneakers on display. So that was kind of cool to see too. So yeah, I mean, if you want to talk like fun, I wasn't a fan of the corporate area, but they do have the most, I guess, interactive booth.
Free shit. They got free shit. That's it.
Well, Bobby,
Yeah, well, even just like stuff to look at and everything. Like you can go to any dealer table and look in display cases, but you're going to see, duplicate cards at a lot of them.
Well,
but
let's
to
get it
see
right.
like unique things like that, the corporate stuff's going to have some fun stuff. So
exactly. So I think the takeaway we have here is if we're talking about the national or any other card show, and we're talking about fun, it really comes down to two things: an interesting display and free shit.
Free shit.
Oh,
if you got one or both of those things, we're on our way.
Let's not forget, you never know what the hell you're going to see until you walk into the national from the Beckett booth. And then they're going to tell you that's not actually what they're doing. So let's not forget that. You have to go check out Beckett and see what crazy shit that they decide to put on their booth that isn't actually happening.
You have to see how they're going to pour gas on the dumpster fire.
Yeah, so that was the huge topic at 2022 with the slab change that never happened.
I don't think you can pour any more fire on there.
I think this year, Brandon, they should just lean into it. And the moment you step up to the booth, they're like, just a prank, bro.
Yeah.
They don't even like whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Like
We're
every day there's a
closed.
different thing. Yeah, every day is a different thing. Just a prank, bro. We're just joking.
Imagine you walk up with your cards, and a very nice representative from Beckett comes over and says, "Welcome to the Beckett family," and then slaps handcuffs on you.
The
Huh?
Beckett
Interactive.
experience.
People love
Just a prank,
interactive.
Probably
Just a
Ashton Coop. He's probably back there.
Ashton Kutcher punked. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sean here was asking, so Eric, I'm heading to Massachusetts in the fall. My condolences.
Oh.
What's the best hobby shop to visit? Visiting Boston and the Foxborough area.
Gotta go
Well,
see Phil.
I mean, Sean, I work at the largest sports memorabilia and card shop in New England. So if you are in the Boston area, let me know. Send me, something on Instagram, and let me know, and I'll make sure I'm at work. And I'm at Sports World in Saugus, Massachusetts. So
It's not close
if you're
to
into
Foxborough.
hockey, we have tons of hockey, tons of card pucks, 10, 16 by 20s, game use sticks, pads, jerseys. We got it all. So if you're ever in the area,
We have frame stuff.
yeah, we got tons of frame stuff, lots of frame stuff. You got it.
Wow. So Jason here says Zero Gold didn't really issue a Dune top set. I think they gave away promos though. I think that was the deal. I think it was the promos.
Dune wasn't even a good movie.
Ooh, Bobby. A couple of folks are going to fight you on that. I didn't watch it, so I can't speak.
I thought the
but
first
I think a
one
couple
was
of them really like it.
Second one I didn't like.
There you go. Dami says, when I'm at the greatest card show in America, I will not be spending time checking out Beckett's booth. Psh. Greatest. Everybody knows the greatest card show in America is the Little Mall Show across the corner from Pasadena.
They might
I don't
not
know what
even.
you're
Beckett might not even have a booth.
Oh, they'll have a booth. The booth will literally just be just a prank. The booth will be the prank. There will be a booth, but there will be nothing in the booth.
Mhm.
There'll be a dumpster and a fire in it. Literally.
Yep.
Well, Yannick, that would be interactive. Actually, that'd be pretty sweet. It's
You
like,
can
so,
actually
hey,
bring all of your slabs that you no longer require with all these labels that are crooked and fallen. And Eric
Hey,
will
Mom,
be
the girls are home.
Eric is providing the dumpster actually and the lighter.
there you go. I'm going to Fanatics Fest to watch Podcaster Live. There you go. And also, good evening, Ham.
Oh yeah, when is Fanatics Fest? Is that a week or so after?
It's a couple of weeks after, I think. It's not long. It's like it's a little bit after, but not long. It's pretty close together. So I want to touch on a topic here. So let me finish. I'll read just two quick comments here. So first, Ham, sorry I'm late, acceptable, but don't forget, Ham, since you're here, don't forget, happy birthdays to me and to Bobbles. Bobble is like, this is the birthday weekend. Come on.
And happy
Being
birthday.
late is no excuse to be tardy.
It's
tardy
the
on the happy
birthday
birthday.
palooza.
That's right.
and
It's
hobby
his birthday.
and
It's the birthday spooktacular.
happy birthdays past. Not
That's
only
right.
Christmas.
Bobby's birthday was last week.
Yeah.
So get with the happy birthdays, Ham.
And let's not exclude West too.
True. A lot of July birthdays, man. A lot of
Yeah.
Julys. Carlisle here, joining late. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. So one quick other thing as well. So in the same vein, wear comfortable shoes. So we got that.
We got to mention that.
or clothes.
God, I can't believe you said that.
Wear protection.
Yeah, so
Yes.
do that. But the other thing that was going to be kind of interesting is that since, as Bobby mentioned, the Fanatics Fest thing, it's obviously going to have a card show component, but that's not the key focus of it. It will have booths and dealers and stuff. But what's interesting is, look, I'm gonna preface this by saying the following: Cleveland is a lot of fun to make fun of, and Lord knows it is. It really is. It's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
However, I have been to Cleveland from a vacation perspective because my buddy's an idiot. But regardless, we were over near where the baseball stadium was, and it was fine. We had a good time. We went to the microbrews. We went over to Canton. It's not bad. Like, you could do worse, Atlantic City. You could do much, much worse, Atlantic City. The point is, there are places that are a lot worse anywhere in Massachusetts. There are places that are way worse than that if you're in the right place. But it is not the ideal location for the card show outside of the actual building. So there's that element of it because stuff is not nearby. It's far away, but apparently, from what I understand, the actual convention centers apparently is pretty good. But you got to get in a car to go wherever else you want to go. So if you leave to go do something, you got to go elsewhere. So it's less convenient that way. But I think between that and the Fanatics Fest thing being not long after, it feels like it's going to divide the attention a little bit.
Oh, yes.
So I think that's kind of what's interesting. So
yeah, I think
so
there'll be a lot
Brandon,
of
Brandon, if you have
lobbyists
some
there.
storming, feel free to pop off. No worries. You're muted. So I
Birthday
just
boy.
want to make sure.
Yannick, you heading out?
No, I was
Uh,
just
No, it
was
started
telling the
storming
old
here.
guy.
And my connection has gone to crap, but
Yeah, apparently he's in the
Um,
thunderstorming area.
yeah,
Eric
it
used
hasn't-
Eric used the fan to push the storming his way.
Yeah, I don't. I'm on vacation.
it's the laser.
But,
Oh, maybe.
Anyway, guys, good chatting as always. Carlos, happy birthday. Eric, if it gets too much darker, nobody's going to see you. Bobby,
Good.
happy belated birthday again. Yannick, always good to chat with you guys. And yeah, if you're going to the National, buy new shoes.
Yeah.
There you
All
go.
good. Yep. Happy future birthday to you on Sunday. We'll chat. We'll chat
Happy
later.
birthday,
Make fun of
Brandon.
Eric.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you guys
Sounds good.
All right.
later.
Bye.
Bobbles.
So Jason here says, "Don't swim in the river." I think that's valid. But yeah, so all I was going to get at with that, my point that I was making was, I feel like it's going to divide the attention. So there's
Oh,
going to, of course, be people there for sure, but there's going to be some folks that are not as keen on Cleveland as a location. There are going to be some folks that are maybe going to want to check out the first Fanatics Fest since it's in New York. Like if you're going to go on a place that's got like I'm going to take a trip while I'm there. Well, you can go to this thing, even if that thing's not very good. You got a million things you can do in New York. You got, you can go eat somewhere nice. You can go visit some things. There's more touristy stuff if you want to like split your attention that way. You don't have to spend all your time at Fanatics Fest, but you can check it out for first. I think it's going to be interesting because I feel like it's going to split the attention because I don't feel we talked
How
about
much
it last
money
week.
can you spend on both? Going to both, you can't.
I think most people have no chance in hell of going to both. They're going to make a judgment call. They're going to be like one or the other. And I think some people may do the New York one just because it's the first time ever.
It's the
They
first.
want to see what it is. There is a novelty to that. And it's in New York, which is an easier venue location. If you want to just,
Sure.
okay, if this is no good, then I'll go hang out at this thing or I'll go take in a show or do whatever. There's more options. And the other part of it, yeah, if you're going to you've only got so much money to spend and you want to take a trip, which one do you think is an easier sell if you've got family? Hey guys, we're going to go to New York. We can do this, that, and the other thing. Well, I'll go to the show for a couple hours and then I'll meet you. We'll go have dinner.
Yeah, I
That's
think
a
there'll be
ways
a
or
lot of lobbyists there for Fanatics and what's going on, what they're doing. So they're really going to do a hard push to branch away from the National. I really believe they're direct competition with it, and going forward, I think they want to sort of take over everything, anyways. But I mean, just another thing on the road to wherever they're going.
Well, listen, it gives them enough time to be able to set up the studio there when they can have the big amphitheater when they announce they purchased Beckett.
That's it.
So we're on our way here. We're good to go, man. Like we're set. The
Then
Orlando
immediately
Fanatics event is a no-brainer. What was that?
Then immediately fold the company and take a loss.
Yep.
Tax off.
Yeah. Same weekend as the East Coast National Show. You talk about the Fanatics one? I assume that's the one you're referring to, Dufex. But yeah, so bottom line though is I think if it's a one event you're going to go to, there are going to be some folks that are going to make that call. They're going to go in one direction versus the other. And we talked about it last week. I agree. Even getting closer now, we're under 2 weeks. I still feel like the amount of pre-videos has actually been way down from like the last couple of rounds.
I'm not
So
even
like
getting
a lot of the usual
algorithm.
suspects haven't been making the videos that I expect at this stage. We haven't gotten enough wear comfortable shoes advice. Like who's
I
going
know.
to tell us to wear sensible footwear?
I don't know.
I'm actually still expecting like the type of footwear. Someone actually could have come up with like a research and a whole team of like, this is the brand, stay away from those. Other than just telling me to wear comfortable shoes. What shoes am I supposed to
Another New Balance.
wear? New Balance? There you go.
Zero cool
White
sneakers.
leather.
See, there you
These
go.
are like middle-aged white guy New Balance.
All right,
Yeah,
Eric, you're
it
going
was
full
kind of-
spicy eyes, so you might want to tell the mountains to move. Reposition the
A
mountains
little
a
bit.
little bit back there. Yeah. So Duvex is saying yes on the East Coast National. There you go. Okay. Right now we've got the National, you got the Fanatics thing, you got the East Coast National. But to be fair, close enough. The thing is that the folks that are going to the East Coast National, I don't think are going to be impacted either way. I think they're going to want to go. Honestly, some of those folks are probably not going to the National anyway either. So they'd be like, no, we're going to attend one show in that little run there. Like, then just go to that one. Probably makes more sense for them. So I would just throw that in.
Yeah.
Carlos says, seems like roller skates would be effective. Maybe. You could just float around. I think that'd be a play.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. So I don't know. I think the reason why it's interesting to me is, like I said, I feel like the chatter on the national stuff has been quieter than normal. There are definitely people going, but I feel like some other folks are probably taking this one off to maybe plan for the next one, or go to Fanatics, or go to the East Coast National, or make alternative plans. Basically, they're just looking for different options.
And a lot of podcasts have dropped off too on top of that. So we end up with less. So
That's
it's less, and less.
Yeah, it's all kind of come together, and I think it's going to be interesting. So the next thing that will be interesting to me is what the coverage is going to look like, because the usual suspects are going to be there. You know, SCI is going to be doing his thing, whatever. Card Collector 2 will have his stuff because he's got his camera crew and stuff like that, and they'll do their trade night. But they also added more trade nights. So when you add more stuff, it becomes less special. So you split everything up and you break it in more pieces.
I wonder how many companies are going to both of those, because that's an expense.
Especially so close together. If they were like 6 months apart, it might be a little bit different conversation. But
even 2 months,
they're weeks apart. Like, it's not long.
No,
need some Heelys. There you go. There's a reference.
But will you get PSA at there? You have to. They have to be there.
I think they for their money. For a lot of the shows, they get enough cards in, they can justify it. So they'll make enough money to justify the cost. But for a lot of companies, they don't sell anything at the show. So they can't really justify it that way.
No.
Because if they take in submission, every submission is basically the cash register going off. Like, just add another. Every card they take in is more money. The other guys, they're not necessarily making any money.
No, I wouldn't say.
The vendors have not been putting anything out. What are they doing at the Natty? Yeah. That's true. Actually, the manufacturers have also been quiet, or the corporate guys haven't been talking about specials too much yet. Haven't been discussing plans or specials or something. No, it's been pretty quiet.
I think nobody really knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I like the Max Headroom call out. That's a solid call.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, too many trade nights. Yeah. Well, what happens if what's funny is you got a lot of official trade nights. And then you're still going to have the unofficial trade nights. Mm-hmm. So it's like, okay.
There's even trade days while you're there. You just go into the, lunch area and do your trades.
Yeah, sure.
So it's nonstop stuff going on, being traded and everything. It's actually taken away from a lot from the dealers, I believe. But that's my opinion. So
could be.
We all have opinions.
Ham says, fire marshal could be a problem in Cleveland. You think people are going to light themselves on fire?
What?
That can be a problem. Just saying, Eric.
The Floridian fire guy. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Ham sounds like he's threatened to light some people on fire. He goes, the fire marshal could. I think he meant to say the fire marshal could have a problem in Cleveland. What are you planning, Ham?
Could. That's a hint. Hint. Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Carlisle says, 2 nationals ago, a YouTuber made the mistake of posting a video where he said it was a waste of time and his money. Everyone lost his mind. I lost some of my enthusiasm to attend afterwards. You speak of Andy.
Oh,
our good buddy Andy.
I was speaking earlier.
Yes. So, and that's been a lot of fun. We got a lot of mileage. That's actually how we became buddies with Andy.
Yeah.
Sports card investigator. I gave him support for it. What's going to be great, and actually, I want to say 3D80s Kid did a video where he was doing a preemptive apology for all the people that are going to be bragging about going to the Nationals, how excited they are about the National, everything. I watched it and I was very amused. I'm sitting there like, no, make as many videos as you want. I don't care. Yeah. Like, if you're enthusiastic, if you're enthusiastic about it, make as many videos as you like. That's your business. Yeah. That's okay. I don't have to watch them. It also doesn't give me any FOMO. I am actually getting more mileage and enjoyment out of not going to the National, coming up with a variety of ways of explaining how I'm not going to the National, more so than I would ever get any enjoyment going to the national, especially this stage.
If you were going to go, or if you were to go
Yeah.
to one of the shows, which ones would you go to? Would you go to the national or would you go to Fanatics?
Oh, Fanatics, 100%. Like I don't give a shit about the national.
Why?
Yeah, like no doubt. Like no. The national, look, I don't care how big the car you want to make the car show. Oh, you can hang out with these people. Yeah, if I get time and if I feel like it and whatever. Like the expo is like a perfect litmus of how this works. Do I hang out and chat with some folks? Absolutely. Do we find opportunities to do that? No doubt. You know, we go have dinner, we like no doubt. But I come in at the crack of noon because honestly, I'm in no hurry. I don't need to be puttering around a card show that much. Like I know the stuff I'm looking for, and you make the show bigger, it doesn't change anything. I'm still not going to come in before noon. Like, so it's such a waste of money for me to like. It would actually be a terrible idea financially, but and this is the caveat. I win the lottery tomorrow. I've got all the money in the world. I'm probably still not going. Like it's not just about the money. Last year, I was tentatively. I had the plans, at least some setup, and then it didn't work out. That was okay. But now the situation's changed to the point that right now I could have swung it. I choose not to. But then you make it even more so. Oh, Carlos, here you go. More than enough money. You can go spend 50 grand if you want. You can be that guy. I spent 50 grand at the card show. I'm not interested. You would literally have to pay me to go.
If I won the lottery, I would go. Okay. If
I think you would send a robot and control him from your mountain base.
Possibly. But if money was no object, I would definitely go. But since money is an object, I pick, the expo in November to spend my money because every single table has something that I want. There's only going to be a small percentage of tables that have what I want at the national. It isn't worth spending the travel money, the hotel money, and everything else.
Now, you see, Eric, I would take a different tact on this. If I had all the money in the world, Yannick, this is critical. You can hold me to this. I guarantee if it ever happens, this is what's going to happen. This is how I'm going to do it. If I had all the money in the world, money is no object. I would go to Vegas, get a really nice hotel, and I would do the not national coverage from Vegas in 4K.
From the hotel room.
You should just buy the hotel.
Yeah, while drinking extremely expensive,
right?
while drinking from the mini fridge because I'm a fucking baller.
That's it.
It's like no one needs to take something out of that mini fridge. That shit's expensive, but I'm a fucking baller. I don't even care. I'm gonna drink this like it's water.
By day 2, the party's in Carlos's room.
That's right. You peasants are having your national. Go play with your cardboard.
Watch my hands in Fuji water. Come on.
That's right. That's right. I bathe in expensive lake water from the finest of glaciers. Safe. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Everyone has been so disappointed after national. They're preparing themselves mentally this time. There you go. So Carl asking a valid question here. Which do you enjoy more? Skipping the national or being overlooked for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame? C.
Now you're making Carlos happy.
Yannick, C.
Oui.
Yes.
Oui.
That's in 2 languages.
Yeah.
I think at the expo, I only spent $200. Like that's the least I've ever. I bought thousands and $200.
Yeah, for the stuff you're looking for, you just weren't seeing it. It wasn't there the same way.
The show only.
I may have spent more than $200.
The things I'm looking for were always at the show, and I've always spent at least a minimum of $1,000, not $200. So that just tells you, well, there's less and less booths, less and less things show up because really, I don't think that the expo's really designed to bring stuff like it used to be. People would save up to go there. Now it's just it's whatever I didn't sell in the last 6 months or 1 month.
Now you might be. Listen, you might be 100% correct, but are you factoring in that you were kind of, chained to a booth more than ever before?
I hit the right spots at the right time. I was walking around before everybody else, so don't worry. I hit the right.
Yeah, he gets there early. So if there's going to be like something hanging out there, he has a shot at it.
Yeah,
if it's there.
Yeah, but I didn't find anything. I was disappointed. Really, there was a couple things I would have bought, but some guys' prices are just going, dude, that's double retail. Like, I don't know what you're doing. And then I come at the end of the show, and then I go, did you sell any of those? No. Well, that's okay. Someone will buy them. I'm going, no, they won't. I'm sorry. Keep holding that stuff. Let other people spend their money on other stuff, and you can keep that stuff forever and ever.
I'm going to start telling everybody now, start looking for those ashtrays for me.
Yeah, you already did. You Instagrammed the shit out of it.
Yep, and I'm going to keep Instagramming the shit. I'm sorry I keep thanking you and telling everybody how fucking awesome you are. I apologize.
Oh, fuck.
You should apologize.
I know.
That's not what he says when he talks to me anyway. But
I know.
No, definitely.
He completely changes it. He completely changes his story.
We don't want to get into that sapien talk.
Mm-hmm.
You all know.
Justin here says mini freeze.
Tell you need all the
Yeah,
ashtrays. It's gonna be nice. Sorry there, Carlos.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nice.
Deeply disturbing. I'm moving on. As a
Yes,
people,
please.
we shall move on.
Yeah, I'm out of my. Oh, hang on.
Orlando here says Carlos Gamble. Listen, that young peasant.
Carlos Campbell.
That young peasant. By the way, he's back now. I watched the Carlos most recent vlog. He's back. Yes, but listen. This young man, Eric. I know you're pixelated, spicy eye mode, but this young man, he needs an addiction video. He was always vloggy, like, really leaning heavy. I think he's got a new girl, and literally the vlog is like 85% of him drinking and giggling at nothing. Like it was like 80% giggling at, now it's like 114% giggling at nothing.
Oh,
I think he's drunk the entire time. I'm sitting there like, okay, look, I understand the idea is that he's trying to sell the idea that he's got all this money or his buddy has all this money or whatever. But I'm sitting there like, but you're really boring at it. Like I'm sorry, there's a way to do, look, or at least be an arrogant asshole about it, because that could at least be kind of funny.
That works.
It's like you got a combination of really lame. You look like a homeless hobo who's in really expensive places. You giggle at nothing because I think you're drunk the entire time. It's very strange, very odd. And I'm sitting there like, I feel like this has lost the energy. You lost some of the youthful exuberance of the earlier attempts at this. And you at least threw in the odd semi-card related thing. Now it's just like, I'm partying. I've been up like 20 hours and we're drinking. Like, good for you. You're trying real hard, but sure, give it a go.
That has never entertained me. When I was young and in college, seeing people just being sloppy and stupid never entertained me.
Oh no, Eric, that part I like.
Oh yeah,
Eric, Bobby, that part's amazing. I love hanging out. I loved hanging out at the bar until last call. Listen, I could do that shit right now.
Yeah.
But I'm saying this kid, the kid doesn't have the style. He doesn't have the, he doesn't have, like, it's not there. You're like the boring drunk.
He came in as the fad. Now he's
get out.
Finished.
Get off my screen.
You can't.
At least if you're gonna be a baller, partying with whatever, like, at least be interesting. Otherwise, get out, or you can go the Kenny route, light yourself on fire.
Yes.
Light yourself on fire and recover.
I'd rather watch you on booger sugar than drunk. Not you, but a person. I'd rather see someone on booger sugar doing a that'd be funny.
Yeah.
Bob Boozle is here. Good evening, Bob Boozle. It's like, Cabana Boy, fetch these guys some mimosas and a birthday cake. Be careful. Don't get an ice cream cake, Bobby. You'll get concerned. There'll be problems. Yeah. Eric looks like a floating head. Eric is a floating head. Well, here, you guys already talked about SCV's emotional retirement. I am not emotionally or mentally capable of dealing with it yet. I hope he's with Brad in influencer heaven. Wait. Are you saying Dustin killed him? Allegedly.
Oh, no.
Sports card.
That's why we haven't heard from a week.
At this point, he does
SCV?
How do I describe SCV? No. I can do this. Hold on. I got to come up with a way. I can describe him.
I was going to search.
No, like he's just a generic kid who like says a lot of dumb stuff.
Don't worry about it.
I tried to think of like a good analogy, but no, he's kind of weird. It's just very strange. But he did a thing. It took off for a little while, and Sports Car Radio promoted it, so it worked out. And he was able to get a lot of traction. And then I think he got bored.
I think they all
Which,
get
fair
bored.
enough. Yeah, fair enough. Which, hey, fair enough. He was still getting views, so at least he got bored while he was still getting views. So, like, hey, if you're going to walk away, that's the time.
I gotta go.
Carlos says, did anyone else think Eric sounds like Stephen Hawking in this connection? Yes. Yes.
But am I
the wrong
as
way.
intelligent?
You wish. Babuzel, sports car therapist, rolling over in his grave that he's not mentioned influencer heaven. Well, to my knowledge, he hasn't been murdered yet by Dustin. To my knowledge. Doesn't mean he hasn't been. No one's seen him. Maybe he was.
No, that guy, I have never seen anything like this. He just vanished. He
vanished.
walked away.
Mhm.
It's crazy. I mean,
I'm
dude,
deeply
he had a
concerned, though.
bad day. Just, as a therapist, as an actual therapist that the man is, what would he tell clients to do in this situation? Just pack up your
Run away, fetal position.
run away and hide in shame with your tail between your legs. All that guy had to do was wait a week. It would have been over. It's just so ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. I don't know what to tell you. Don't go to influencer heaven, Orlando. Stay with us. Yeah, stay away from Dustin. His reign of terror is not ending. Yannick, I'm deeply concerned. I think based on what the chat's telling me, it's sounding to me an awful lot like we may have a serial killer on our hands, allegedly. Just saying. We can't be having people be like, hey, it's just like what happened with Brad. Listen, I've told you what I think happened with Brad. And evidence is not disproving my theory. If we're adding more names to this list, now it's a trend. That ain't good. Can't be having that, man. Is therapist done with the self-care yet? Not yet. Keep working on it. Sometimes self-care is running away from your problems. Exactly. And it serves two purposes. By running away from your problems, yes, you run away from your problems, but also tremendous cardio. Think about it.
I'm sorry I did a video from my car.
You should. I was wondering if there was to show up at the National with a shirt that says, I'm sorry. Damn right. Damn right. Good times. It's getting started. Retire with free time. Live the dream. Look at you. You brought it in. It happened. I knew at some point it would. But there it is. By the way, my favorite part about this.
It has to be
My
Ham
favorite-
that brings it.
Oh, it's 100%. Listen, no one, who else other than Ham?
Florida man.
A reference that probably should have run its cycle in like a day, still around. Ham.
Still don't even know how it got popular. So what? It's just so, I don't know. I'm not going to, we don't need to dwell on it. It's just so stupid. And that's what got popular. Oh my God. So stupid.
Well, the thing about it, Eric, look, I'll just say this. I'll just say the following. The thing that amuses me about this is that what became the meme there in the year that I went to Vegas for my birthday, you could have walked up and down the street. If we had Instagram or Twitter at that time, I could have gotten 100 of those.
Yeah.
100. We could have had memes for years. Just walking up and down the strip a couple times.
Oh my God.
I think the hobby would forget if he wore the I'm sorry shirt. I kind of doubt that. But I do think people would move on to the next thing. So that's kind of how the hobby is very consistent on this regard. Very consistent. So I'll give you that. By the way, I think my favorite part about this, Eric, is you're a disembodied head in the darkness with max headroom tendencies. Yannick has vanished back and forth on and on. Lord knows what that man's doing. Nobody knows. And Bobby's in the garage of knowledge somewhere, we think.
Yeah.
Or he's trying to fend off Dustin continuing his reign of terror. I don't know what's happening. I have no idea.
Hotel tells me I have full bars on my computer. Is my reception still good or what?
Your voice comes through okay. The audio cuts in and out a little bit. Occasionally you go full spicy eye. But it just depends.
Right. Well, I got full bars on the computer, so I'm doing the best I can.
There you go.
It's either do the show from the deck out, this balcony, not deck. It's this little triangle of balcony. You couldn't get more than 2 people out here. But it's either this or back in the bathroom.
I was about to say, I just assumed you'd go to the bathroom for tradition.
Yeah. It's this or the mom's waving. Hi, Mom.
And she can see in the darkness. That's encouraging.
Yeah. So yeah, and the bathroom's really small, and I'm like, I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do this.
You know,
from
you
the
think with
bathroom.
your riches and your mountain base, you would at least. Why don't you get a palatial room that has like a bathroom the size of like somebody's small apartment? Why
It's
don't
a
you go one of those?
It's a double suite, and Mom's got the good room with the big bathroom. She has a king size
Mhm.
bed all to herself, her own room, her own bathroom, which is like good size. And then the three of us are in this ensuite with pulled down beds out of the walls, a tiny bathroom, and a small kitchenette. So
We gotta keep working
Mom-
on this, Eric.
Mom's
Listen, we
living
gotta
a
see if some of that sweet Beckett funds finally come in for you. And if that ever happens, then I'm gonna need you to start doing this from a hotel room that like our Kardashian stayed in. We
yeah,
gotta
right.
elevate you. We gotta work
Yeah.
on this, man.
Well, if I got a nice room like that, Mom would need an entire hotel floor. She always has to be better than what I have. So if I got
That
that
seems
really
standard.
nice fancy room, she'd have to get the entire floor of the hotel.
Seems about right. Carlisle here says both pitchers are throwing a no-hitter through one inning in the Braves Padres game. Too soon. Carlisle, you should have had that after one out. You should have been on this, man. Got to step up our games. There are no cabanas in Eric's area. Well, there's apparently a mountain, and he's in the darkness. Aaron Rodgers is hanging around somewhere. He's usually wandering the streets.
I hear somebody singing. Do you believe in
Saying.
the thing called love? I think that was him.
That was actually surprisingly good for you. That was way better than your first attempt. So that was actually infinitely better, I would argue.
Man.
So let me pose a question here. Since we're I said, we're starting our official, not national coverage. Next week will be the 19th. So that will be officially the week before the national.
Mm-hmm.
And then the following week after that, we will be in the actual week of the national. I'll reach out to a few folks, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get somebody as their power goes out and they join Eric in the darkness.
That was a good time last year. The power went out.
It was pretty good. It was pretty classic.
Yeah, that was good.
So, in that spirit, I want to ask. I'll ask the chat since there's some of you here that are hanging out. Okay, is there any national topic that hasn't been beaten to the ground?
Yeah.
Not comfortable shoes. Believe that be. You know, like I said, I think it's going to be interesting the breakdown between that and the Fanatics Fest. I actually think that it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. What kind of stuff we actually get coming out of it. You know, does Beckett actually have the dumpster fire exhibit? Because that'd be pretty sweet.
Oh God, they will. They totally will. There's no question.
So
that's the only thing I'm really looking forward to. I'm curious of, and I'm sure I could do this research. You could right now. Who are they having as autograph guests? How much are they charging? Is it overpriced? Are the guests worthy of a national, or is it B celebrities? You know, B level athletes, or are they bringing in the same crew that kind of does circuit as Ric Flair and Mike Tyson coming again? You know, if it's the national, there really should be. Hello, hi, what's up?
I'm gonna stay in here.
Okay.
You can come in anytime.
Okay, so can those bugs. Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
If you're going to have a national, you need to bring in the big talent. I'm talking Tom Brady. All right, Tom Baby. I apologize. I slipped. Slip of the tongue. Tom Baby. All right, we're talking. Oh God, the kid from the Golden State Warriors, Curry. Right. We're talking big names. It's the national. This is the biggest event. You need to bring in the biggest athletes and celebrities. You can't just bring in the same people year after year or B-level athletes.
Oh, so, I think so. I've got the list in front of me, so I'll pull it up. So I'm going to do this where I'll I'll show it on the screen. I may as well. But Yannick, here's
Okay.
what I want. While we're going through this, I'm going to start off with the baseball section, and I want anyone to stop me if I come up with a name that catches your eye or your interest. So let me read this comment first, and we'll do it. Bob Oozle says Neo has talked about the National for 51 weeks. Facts. He would have talked about it for 52, but he was burned out. But the last video, he said he was burned out and not really planning. True. I'm burned out from burned out videos. Facts. By the way, I watched that video, and I like a lot of Neo's stuff. I'll watch I won't watch every episode, but sometimes he'll come up with something like that or whatever, and I'm like, okay, I'll play along. Let's go. And he was kind of talking about, it's like, I don't really know kind of what basically the subtext was like, well, I don't really know what I want to chase. I got my big comic book grails, and then and it's like, yeah, sometimes that happens. Almost every expo I go to now, I don't know what I'm going to be looking for specifically. I could say Medano cards, but I got a lot of Medano cards. So there's going to be a bunch of Medano cards I'm going to see that I'm not going to even consider buying because it's got to be one that catches my eye. It's not enough that but it's a Medano card, but you need it. Yes, there's a lot of ones that I need. Is it something that really interests me? Is it something that really catches my eye? And I'll know it when I see it. When I see it, then I'll be like, yes, this is one I got to make a play for. And that's basically how I shop at the expo at this point. I'll bring my money, I'll bring a budget, and I'll be like, I'll play by ear. Let's see what happens. I don't know. And I almost usually come back with something. Like last year, I really wasn't sure what I was going to find, and I found some stuff. Some of it was really nice. So no complaints. I was able to accomplish what I wanted to accomplish. So to me, I enjoyed it. I want to be wowed and thrilled when I go to a show. There.
When you
But
go
for me,
to the show, listen, there's weekend shows in driving distance from my house every weekend. Some you can go to one on a Saturday, you can go one on a Sunday. If it's a long weekend, you can go to 3 shows over the weekend, 3 different shows. They're everywhere. And I'm not looking to be wowed at every show. But if you're going to the show, you need to be wowed. You have to, yes, it's mandatory. It is absolutely mandatory. If you're going to the expo in November, if you're going to the national, yes, you need to be wowed. Last year, now it didn't wow me, but last year at the expo, they had Tyson. They had Carey Price. Carey Price is a huge draw. They had Wendell Clark. They had Dougie Gilmore in Toronto. All right. There were people that, I think they had Brett Hull. They had Adam Oates.
We had Ric Flair. Woo!
Yeah, you had Ric Flair. People loved him. The crowd was insane and all rooting and hooting with him. All right. That none of those people excited me, but that's not the point. For the thing, there were thousands of people going bananas. Hockey fans going bananas for Carey Price and some of these Toronto legends. If you're going to the national, you freaking Sandy Koufax better be there.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute here. So let me go here. I'd be impressed if the world's greatest forger was signing at the National, but whose autograph would you request?
That's a good one.
It's time for the hobby burnout videos again. It's only been a couple months. Well, that's the thing. But look, and maybe this is a problem that I have. I can't get burned out and I did a video about this. And basically my point was my collection covers a couple of different areas and I like to flip and jump between different projects. So I don't spend one time just fixating on one thing. If I'm not finding too much or nothing too much is going to, usually I can turn over to the left or to the right of my little group of listings. And I can usually find something in there to sink my teeth into. Or I just sit back and wait and I just kind of monitor things. Like I said, I was doing the negotiation and stuff for the dentist PC. Do I have to specifically get those right now? No. But the timing works out because the e-pack means some stuff that is becoming available that is of interest to me. As soon as they announced that it was coming this week, I was like, okay, great. I'm going to keep my eyes open. Let's see what happens. And I do my safe searches and I just wait. And if I don't find anything this week, it's fine. And I'll wait until next. But I usually find something. It's very rare that listen, even as we're doing this live stream tonight, I had a snipe set and I won a 1-of-1 for the dentist PC.
15
It was there.
grand?
I just set a snipe for it. I just set a snipe for it.
Was it 15 or 20 grand?
I set my snipe for 25 grand.
Higher than
You know,
PSA.
I was going to win. No price was too great.
Lower than that. Come on.
When it
That's
comes
for
to
the
Dennis BC Bobby, I am the whale.
I just made a
So-
sale. So
Did you?
just made a buy. There we go.
Yeah, you bought it. You bought it. You sold it. You sold the Dennis BC 101.
No.
Okay, so let me go through a couple of these. So Yannick, stop me if any of them catches your eye. I'm going to read through them. Here we go. So I'm going to start off with the baseball ones. I'm going to go from there, but I'm going to go quick. Here we go. Alomar, Baerga, Len Barker, former Cleveland Indians All-Star pitcher, pitched a perfect game in 1981. Eric, I know, calm down.
Never heard of him.
They heard of him in his house. I think he's an SB signature legend. You should see him. He's in the checklist.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Now we're talking.
Brother of
Exactly.
Bob Barker.
Exactly. Johnny Banks, Wade Boggs, pretty standard. We got that. Steve Carlton, Chris Chambliss, Joe Carbonneau. That's a name that is at least, people know that one. Clemens, Bartolo Colon, legend.
I swear, I
Andre
thought he was still.
Dawson. He might still be playing this very day. Andre Dawson, Eckersley, Fisk, Terry Francona, Steve Garvey, Goose
Steve
Gossage,
Garvey.
Vladimir Guerrero Sr., the elder one. Ricky Henderson. Ricky loves Ricky. Felix
Yeah,
Hernandez,
Ricky.
Trevor Hoffman, Reggie Jackson, Chipper Jones, Dave Justice, Corey Kluber, Barry Larkin. So basically a mix of like Hall of Fame, legendary
Yeah.
players and Cleveland folks,
Just some
which
good
makes
names.
sense. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Let's
Yeah, I'm
get
seeing. This seems like a pretty for baseball. This seems like a pretty strong list of names. I'm seeing Hall of
Overall,
Famers. I'm seeing good notable names. Albert
Yep.
Pujols. I'm sure it'll cost $1 million. The Albert Pujols will be expensive. I guarantee it. I don't even know, but I guarantee it will be
Reggie
a lot.
Jackson. There's Mike Schmidt there.
Yeah, Manny Ramirez. That's a good one. Cal Ripken, Mariano, Pete Rose, who will sign everything and anything everywhere.
That's big
Yeah,
time.
that's
right?
pretty good lineup for baseball.
Yeah, you even got Sosa, Stewart,
Wow.
That's
Pat Tabler for a little baseball kind of throwback reference there. Frank Thomas, Jim Tomei. Yeah, pretty good. Dave Winfield, Robin Yount. So it's mostly
Holy
in
shit.
alphabetical order, but pretty
Oh.
strong.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, like that's a pretty strong lineup. It seems pretty good to me. I'm sure they'll be expensive, but I think the lineup's strong. Let me see here. My wallet suffers from hobby burnout. Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants a Hawk Tua girl. Let's see. Pujols. Yep. Anybody notice anybody notable new? Not on the show circuit. Not in that first group that I saw, but let's see. We'll see. Piro
Does
signs
Cal-
autograph.
does-
Maybe.
Does Ripken sign often?
He used to sign more, but I think at this point he kind of saved himself a little bit. So obviously, at a show like this, you can get him. But
I think Fanatics is getting Ruth and Garrick to sign too.
ooh,
Oh,
now
excellent.
see that's solid. All right, for this next one, we would want Paul because I'm sure he knows a lot of these names. So let's see. Just looking here. Atwater, Dick Ambrose. So this is football now. Mel Blount, Tony Baselli, Earl Campbell. I know Earl Campbell. Larry Zonka. That's all right.
Larry Zonka's
Richard
still around.
Dent. Yep.
Hmm.
Let's see. Doug Flutie. There you go. Dan Fouts. Yes. Gus Farad. Eddie George. Sure. Bob Golick. Let's see. Mean Joe Green. We got that.
Wow.
Let's see. Michael Irvin. Bo Jackson. Solid.
Oh,
all right. Bo Jackson, solid.
he should have been in the baseball.
Yeah. Well, he could be an either or technically. Adrian James. Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson's big, right? I mean, that's huge, right?
Yeah, and Chad Johnson. So you can have two Johnsons.
Oh,
He doesn't
so
have
you
a
got
Colin Johnson.
I don't care.
Jim
about
Kelly, Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis can kill someone for you. That's pretty
it.
good.
I just wear a bulletproof vest if you go up to Ray Lewis.
Yeah, just bring your knife. I'm sure it'll work out well. You got Johnny Manziel. There you go.
Yep, bring a beer.
Marino. Yeah. Joe Montana, Urban Meyer,
right,
Ward Moon.
Montana.
Yeah. Adrian Peterson,
Yep.
Jim Plunkett, Tori Polamalu, Andre Reed, and Jerry Rice. That column's strong.
All right, so
Barry
you got
Sanders.
Rice
Oh,
at
Mo.
the show. That's
Barry
pretty.
Sanders. Wow.
Barry
Yeah.
Sanders.
We got LT, Lawrence Taylor's there.
Bring some cocaine, a little booger sugar.
Everybody, man. That's
Perfect.
huge.
Yeah, like it feels like you got a mix. Again, you got a mix of Hall of Fame guys. Michael Vick is not a Hall of Fame guy, but he was extremely popular in his day. So he was a star player in his time. So
Yeah,
you
sure
got
was.
you got I think you got a good blend. I think you got a good blend of old and new there.
He's a pet lover.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Bring your puppy.
Here, Dufek says, I hear Ty Cobb will be signing according to Rick. There you go.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Campbell will appear. I believe he's been very poor physical health. Yeah, you never know. You might need the money, unfortunately. I have a Ty Cobb auto in most colors, but I need pink ink. Bob Ozel,
Yeah.
live the dream, buddy.
Got to get that.
All right, here's the basketballs. We got
The
the squeak, squeak,
basketballs.
swish here. All right, Chauncey Billups, Michael Cooper, Joe Dumars, Julius Erving. Yeah. Penny Hardaway for the 90s kids. We got that. Allen Iverson, Walt Frazier, Sean Kemp, Bernard King. Let's
Don't
see.
go near Sean Kemp. You'll get pregnant.
Mhm.
That's a big problem for you. Jerry Lucas, Cheryl Miller, Alonzo Mourning, Greg Oden is kind of a funny one. Gary Payton, Dennis Rodman, David Thompson, and Dominique Wilkins. So the basketball one's a little bit light, especially compared to the first two.
Yeah.
You
It's
know, some good
basketball.
names.
There's no
Hockey legends, Dominic Hasek.
What about hockey? One guy.
Talking
We
about.
got one.
Eric, why don't you go to the National? Because they don't take my interest seriously there. So I'm not going to spend my money there.
I bet they
And
all
we got
soccer guys. There we go.
yeah, we got more soccer. We got more soccer women in this first
Yeah,
column than hockey.
soccer
In the hockey
gals.
category.
Well, he's probably one of the best goalies of all time. So
Oh, absolutely. But that's sad.
So the entire soccer section is, I think, Team USA Women's here. It looks like.
I
Looks
know
like it
half of
sticks to that
those.
thing.
Okay, the whole
Yeah.
first row won the first. All those on the top row won the first couple of World Cups for the United States. And then, what's the bottom three?
You got Carla Overbeck, Brianna
Yep.
Scurry, and
Who was the
Tisha
goalie?
Venturini.
I don't know who that upside down person is, but the rest of them all were the women that won the first few World Cups for the USA.
Yeah,
So
looks like
those-
boxing's a little bit light too, but you do have Roy Jones Jr. and Floyd Mayweather, so that's two pretty good
Those are
boxing.
big names. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Floyd
at least
needs some
strong.
money.
All right, let's look at entertainment here. The Cool Runnings cast. There you go.
Hey.
Chevy Chase, Jerry the King Lawler. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Page was best known for singing the theme song in the English version of Pokemon.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Triple
Nice.
dog dare
Randy
you.
Quaid.
All right, so I
Yeah,
just saw
that's-
Randy Quaid. Randy Quaid a couple of weeks ago in Boston at the Comic-Con. Chevy Chase and Randy Quaid and Beverly D'Angelo were all there. Plus the original daughter. You know how they changed kids like every movie? The original daughter from the first movie was there with them. So they had four members of the cast for
The summer vacation one, yeah.
just the original Vacation, National
Vacation.
Lampoon's Vacation.
Yeah.
So I'll say there are plenty of autograph guests. Let's just put it that way. A lot of autograph guests.
That's huge. Baseball's massive.
That's
Big
Yeah,
stars.
baseball
Dude.
and football.
Carlton Fisk. You got fucking so many great players.
Yeah.
I think for them it helped that they filled in like obviously they had great names, but they also filled in a lot of like, let's get some Cleveland Indians players. Let's get from
Smart.
various eras. Yeah, from very era. You got to cater to the home market a little bit. You got to be like, get me some
course you
Cleveland Indians players. Who's a good name that we've got? Who's like a local legend or whatever? Like pick some. That's what you needed.
That's Cleveland. I don't know. Like
They still have fan favorites though, like everybody does, right? Like even
What about
we make the joke, Bobby, about the Leafs, but look, in
Yeah.
the '80s, the Leafs were garbage. But I guarantee you, there are some Leafs fans who grew up in that era who will still have fond memories of some of those guys. They'll be like, Rick Five, great.
here's
Most of
an
those, like,
idea.
like, sure.
Here's an idea. The guys from the movie Major League, they were all like Cleveland.
That would be
Indians.
smart. That would be very thematically appropriate. That'd be smart.
You know, you bring Charlie Sheen there and just let him go free.
Tiger blood. Tiger blood. Yeah.
That's right.
I
You
was
can get the
at,
Tiger Blood inscription.
Many years ago, I went to a really small Comic Con, and Tom Berenger and Corbin Burnson were both there, representing Major League. And
Behringer
signing
looks
all the
tough.
stuff. Yeah.
Looks rough. Behringer. Tom Behringer. Looks rough.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anyways.
Zach here says shows you can pre-order a Poolholes 8x10 for $400. Not sure if that's that's what we'll charge. Right?
What?
If it's pre-order, it's probably no. Pools is like stupid expensive.
Oof.
Oh, my
Pools is an all-time great. But here's the thing: Pools would be one of those guys where I would just get myself one of the nice autograph cards. Just pick one that you like and buy that.
And then wait 20 years and you can get his autograph for $20.
Oh yeah.
He'll be signing for the next 40 years. Don't worry.
Well, I think his agent though. The thing is, yes, he'll be signing, but he can always. A lot of these athletes who actually have name value will do basically what Jordan did. But Jordan basically just stopped signing after a while. because Jordan for like the last decade has basically signed very little. It's not that he can't; it's that he won't unless you make it worth his while. It's like he won't bother. But actually, the autograph holds more value because he doesn't sign all the time.
Right.
So when he actually deigns to autograph something, it's like, oh my God, Jordan signed it.
Mhm.
And that's what they did.
Wait,
So
up there gets,
And then you get the
basketball.
Tom Brady autograph.
well, Tom Brady autographs are a bit of a dime a dozen. Though I hear
Tom
you can
Brady.
get some very fancy ones. You get some
Tom
very
Brady.
fancy ones. T206 Kid says the Nationals canceled. The Moose out front should have told you. Listen, if the National had a moose, it would already be better.
I think that's the
Actually-
comment of the night that made me laugh.
Hashik was $70 for signing he did here in Michigan earlier this year. He was $145 at the National. Yeah, some of these guys bump up the price. That used to be one of the advantages of the Expo back in the day, is that some of these guys would sign actually cheaper at the Expo. So like a Gordie Howe would actually sign for a fairly decent, reasonable rate, especially when you're considering Canadian dollars and everything. But if he was signing in Detroit, you go look and it'd be a higher price and it'd be an American dollar.
Yeah.
You'd be like, wait a minute. It's
was-
like, yeah, in Canada, he'll give you a break.
He was $200 when he came to the Shriner show. Obviously many years ago, and I couldn't afford it. That's when I talked to him and got my picture taken with him for free because I waited to the very end just before he packed up. But I couldn't afford $200 for his autograph.
Not worth it.
And there was a long line. People paid it.
When you, like Carl said, you can just buy a card like for like $30. Signed
For a lot of those players, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what we didn't have the prices on all of them because that page doesn't show the prices. I'm sure I can pull up another page and find the prices. But the point is, for a lot of them, it's going to be expensive. Like, let's just get it right. It's going to be expensive for a lot of these guys, even guys you wouldn't think like, why is it that expensive? The Expo one over the years have steadily gone up, even for like the lower tier guys. The pricing has steadily gotten more and more aggressive. I see a lot more $100 plus where that used to be the anomaly. That used to be like reserved for the absolute bigger names.
Gordie Howe's, the Bellevos, back in the day.
And even then, it would creep just over $100. I think it was like 100 and change. Yeah, exactly. So, but 125 Canadian versus, to Eric's point, 200 US. So in US, he charged more and in US dollars. 125 Canadian is chop off about 30-40%.
Yeah, it's like $100, and then 200 is like 260. So you're you're
It'd
kicking
be
it.
massive difference, huge.
Well, that's the big difference too. Is if you're Canadian, you do go down to the National, you're looking at 30 points you're losing off of everything that you're buying or everything that you're spending. Your food is 30% more. Everything's more. It's tough. It's tough to have a $2,500 vacation that you just go to visit people and maybe buy something in the chance of. I'd rather spend the $2,500 here and then, anyways, just saying.
Yeah. Well, look, for $2,500, I can still have a nice show budget and stay in a nice hotel anywhere.
Oh yes.
So like I can have a very enjoyable staycation, in my neck of the woods and be very happy and very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Carl here says, apparently I've been wearing one of my socks inside out the entire day. Somehow I've avoided injury, feeling grateful. Sir, salute to you. Well done.
Absolutely.
I've been watching these old Stanley Cup games on YouTube with the Leafs and Canadians. Those are old. I love hearing that fans and asses and guys thought they were the best of their time. Yes. Good evening, Stuke.
Hello.
But yeah, so bottom line, best of luck to the folks that are going. I know a bunch of the folks in the chat are, so have a good time. So talking about that video that I was talking about earlier, I have no issue with if people are enthusiastic, make as many videos as you want. I don't have to watch them. Now, if it interests me, I will. But if it's not interesting to me, then I won't. But yeah, I wouldn't discourage anybody. No, make as many as you want. It's completely, it's your experience, it's your time. Go have fun with it. I think the joke was that some people get but these people get upset and they have fun. I was like, some people yes, but nah, I think we're good. It was tough. Yannick kept going, Carlos, we gotta go to national. I'm like, no, Yannick, no, my man, can't do it. Another time. Plus I'm banned, so that's out. Can't do it. But we got the not national coverage, so we got that going for us. We've got the not national coverage, and we will do it again this year. It'll be very exciting. And maybe, Eric, you know what? Maybe for next week, maybe we'll have a segment where we'll do the shoe power rankings. Maybe we'll
Yeah.
do it. Yannick's right. We have failed as a people by saying
You
we're
need
comfortable
power
shoes.
ranking or
Not
truth.
good enough. Not good enough. We can do better. And maybe we will. Zach says, are you all big on the autograph signings? Eric is. I always see the lines in Dallas and think, no way. No way am I standing in
No.
line instead of walking around the show. Standing in
Hate
lines
it.
for autographs is for peasants.
I had to do it for some idiot last time, and like,
Yeah, I like autographs on certain items that I'm trying to enhance. There's not too many people I would just stand in line for and waste showtime just to meet and get their autograph and be like, oh, this is awesome. It's usually that I have a piece that I need signed to complete a collection or to enhance the piece. And therefore, I don't mind standing in line so much. There's not too many people I'd go stand in line just to shake their hand and go, hi, it's nice to meet you. And would you sign this? Then I'm like, oh, I have his autograph. How exciting. That's not really what I'm into. But I had Yannick do me a huge favor and get a couple of things signed on that 6970 set that I'm trying to get as many as I can autographed. And, Dennis Hull, and I even forget who was up there at the time.
hey, you're getting two now.
Yeah, I have it. I have two
he's
Dennis
got
Hull.
it already. Yep.
Yeah. So I forget who the other person was, but it was awesome that Yannick was willing to do that for me because it helped me add to my collection. But it wasn't. I wouldn't have gotten in line just to get Dennis Hull's autograph and be able to shake his hand and be like, "Hey, it was great meeting you." I wouldn't have
pretty
done that.
reasonable, I think.
Yeah.
I think one important factor, so kind of Eric has alluded to it, and there's a couple of comments here, so I'll read them. When it comes to the autographs things, whether you get in line or not, just clearly, when you go there, you have to factor in, it's going to cost you money, but then whatever time you're spending in there, it's literally time out of whatever time you're going to spend at the show.
Yeah.
So you're investing time and money. So I am paying for the privilege and I am waiting to pay for the privilege. So it's like to get a couple of seconds of interaction and then a signature that hopefully is clean. So there's a lot of not my bag.
And what sucks at the expo, for example, is you have to go and Yannick will tell you this because I watched that man's blood boil a couple of years ago. You have to stand in a long line to get the tickets.
Yeah.
Okay. So you wait for like an hour in the ticket line.
Or the
Then-
memorabilia that you need to buy so the guest signs.
Right. And then
Remember?
so you dump a whole crap load of money at that table. Then you walk across the area and go stand in the line for another hour or two to get the thing signed. It's painful. It is absolutely painful. So it isn't just standing in line for the autograph. It's standing in line for the ticket. So you can then go stand in line for the autograph. It's a twofer.
Look at you. Yeah, well, listen, the 2-4 right now is getting hard to come by, Bobby. It's getting a little tougher right now. Stu says, I stood in line for over an hour the first time I got a Gordie Howe autograph. Well, as long as you enjoyed the experience,
And
you
again,
just have to factor it in.
and I just want to back up real quick and say this again. He is someone I needed to meet. Okay. I couldn't afford his autograph. So I stood off to the side to not be a pest of,
That's
just for-
impossible.
No,
That's
I did. I was so good. I stood way off to the side, waited for. I was there for over an hour. Just kind of leaned up against the wall, watching him sign autographs and take pictures with people. And I couldn't come up with $200, but I wanted to meet Gordie Howe and get my picture taken with him. And after he was all done, I went over to him very nicely, asked him, "Absolutely sure, come on over." And I had a great interaction with him. He's such a nice man, and got my picture taken with him, and that was important to me. So that waiting, that's one example of me waiting to actually meet the player and get that story to be able to tell.
Yes.
Where most of the time I'm getting autographs to complete a set or a piece.
Yeah.
So there's different reasons to do it. Him, I wanted to meet and talk to, and that was awesome. And I'll remember that forever.
Paul's making a valid point. Stood off to the side, stalked, tomato.
Mm-hmm.
Eric often does this. He's at home, and Kathy is asking, or his wife is asking, "What are you doing?" "I am going out to stalk." And then he thinks he's saying something else, but he actually just says exactly what he's doing. That's just it. Him and Homer Simpson, they got that fatal flaw. They actually tell everybody what's going on.
Thinking out loud.
T206 says, unless you're getting a special piece signed, it's not worth paying hundreds of dollars for a generic photo or baseball. So I agree with T206 Kid as well. If you're like a super collector and you've got a very specific item, then maybe then this becomes a lot more just. So I'll give you an example. Wade Boggs fan. Big Boggs collector, obviously, based on the name. I knew you assumed Greg Jeffries, but it's Wade Boggs. True story. But obviously, he's a Boggs super collector with all the stuff he's got. But I think he had this thing made, basically, that he wanted to have Wade Boggs sign. And he wanted him to sign all these specific inscriptions. Well, what happened is they made arrangements so that he could be there with it, hand it to him, and then be able to say, like, yep, this inscription. And Boggs is like, yep, where do you want it? Because they've interacted before, so he understands. And he goes, yep, where do you want it? Boom, boom, boom. And then he goes and does all the inscriptions as he asked him to do and signs the thing. So he gets this whole experience where he's had it, but he had it done exactly the way he wanted it done. And then Boggs accommodated and took care of it. And no, everybody's good. But in that situation, it's a very special, it's a piece unique. It's the only piece that is like that was done in exactly that way. And he got to specify and do whatever, and they accommodated. You're not going to get that at just a mail order signing, whatever. Most of the time, it's very difficult. But in person, you can't. But in that situation, then you're waiting because you really want it done a certain way, a very specific piece. But just an 8x10 or a puck or a baseball or whatever, it's like, I can pretty much sign anywhere, anytime, and nothing particular about it.
And I only have so much money to go around. And I can't just go, hey, Carey Price is here. I'm not really a fan. I hate the Canadians, but I know he's a big deal. And it'd be okay. I'll go stand in line for 2 hours and pay an extraordinary amount of money just so I can have that and say that I don't want it. I'm not doing it. I'd rather be out on the show floor.
Bob Whistler here is one of my favorite comments. They should have TVs with sports card investor to entertain and inform people in line.
That would be something.
This is evil, and I love it. But it's also evil.
So much slower.
I need to really emphasize this is extremely evil. I co-sign. Saddler fan says, this is why I like racing. No one cares about the drivers. Eric has this with mountain biking all the time. Plus, it's nice to get something from my favorite driver. Fair. Josh, good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. P.S. Why is Kathy making Eric sit in the dark? Wouldn't you?
I don't know. She's listening. Why don't this is where she told me I had to do the show. It was either this or the small bathroom. I chose this.
The great outdoors.
Chose. Eric is hiding in a cave. Facts. Those poor Cool Runnings actors, they have the shortest lines. True. Eric is hiding in an outdoor cave this time. True. Sounds like Boggs needs to sign a restraining order. Well, I will say, and this is one of my favorite things about Wade Boggs fan, is that he's done videos in the past as well. I think it's actually, unlike Eric's stalking, supposed friendship with Marcel, which is very much stalking. Stalker, stalky, if you will. They've got that relationship going for them. In contrast to that, Wade Boggs has in fact
what you say. We're friends.
Whatever you say. Listen, look, Eric, why don't we do this? Bobby, help me out here. I'm going to give you a comparison between these two different dynamics with player and collector, / fan, and you tell me which one you think sounds closer to what Eric describes as a friendship. We've got Eric's stalky relationship with Marcel, where Marcel runs away from him, retaining orders, all that stuff. Okay. So we got that. Contrast that with Wade Boggs fan, who obviously has the items and everything, has done the signings and all that. They have a group that had custom-made Leaf cards. The Boggs Trust had custom-made Leaf cards that Wade Boggs personally signed, 13 of them, I think, in total, and he got one of those because specifically he was part of this group. And he's interviewed him on his YouTube channel, and Wade Boggs has sent him game used equipment.
Yep.
Nice.
Which one sounds more like Stalker Stocky versus at least an actual relationship?
All right,
Eric?
This November,
Wade Boggs, it's not.
we'll get him on. We'll try to get him on the show. I'll ask him if he'll come on the show or at least do a video snippet or something. All right. So this November, we'll ask Marcel if he'll pop in the show or do something for us. I'm sure
I
he
think,
will.
listen, Eric, the only thing I want Marcel to do, I only want Marcel to do one thing.
What's that?
Being that he can speak the language, being that he can properly give it to us with the right pronunciation. I want Marcel to say Reggie Lemon. That is what I want. That is what I want. That's what I want.
He's game.
That's right. Zach says, went
We'll
back
see-
and saw
we'll see if
Geoff's.
we can get him to do something.
Zach says, went back and saw Geoff's video talking about Cards HQ sales. It's interesting. Yes, I did watch it. One thing I'll always add, and it's like it's interesting, but without context, it's a weird. I'm glad he's making videos and talking about the stuff, but at the same time, it's like so. I think what he explained is in the first 4 months they've made $4 million worth of sales. You know, and he said they're profitable. Well, $1 is profit. So be more specific. Also, he made the qualifier that he's not counting the building costs because it cost him $3 or $4 million to build it out. And then, of course, you know, whatever inventory they bought before that.
So what is he really
he's
counting?
counting the operational costs since he opened the door. So he has been profitable since they opened the door, is what he's stating.
I doubt it.
I'm not his accountant. I don't know. But the thing is, you could be right, and that still might not be impressive. The point is, you could be profitable, and that still might not matter because you still got to make back the $4 million you spent on it in the first place. And then on top of that, you must then be profitable. But you can. One thing that I believe he said, I'm paraphrasing. One thing he said that is true is when you're building a business like that, and you actually have to do the build out, you can amortize that expense for tax purposes and everything over years. So you don't have to eat it. You had to pay it, but for tax purposes, you get a bit of a break because you get to break it up over a period of time. So he doesn't have to make all the money back in one day or in a year or whatever. But it's disingenuous because as far as I'm concerned, you're still in the red. I don't think you're, but can you be profitable month to month right now? Sure. You know, the novelty's still in effect. You know, Bobby's promotion of Atlanta might be paying off.
I know.
So it's a lot.
I've been talking a lot about it.
Eric wins. That's right. Bobby skeptical Cards HQ. Where is this coming from? I know. Shocking but true.
I
See, Josh should be out of the goodness of his heart. Josh gave it to you.
I don't even care if he's being sarcastic. I don't win anything, so I'm taking the win.
You should take the win.
Run.
This is huge for you.
Run
This is
with
huge
it.
for you. This is huge. For you. But yes. So yeah, fine. But the thing is that the $4 million number sounds really good for 4 months, but without context, it's like, okay, I can't disprove what you're saying. I have to take it at your word. I don't really have a choice, and I'm not going to audit you. So sure, sounds great, Jeff. Keep up the good work, Jeff. Keep up the good work. Best of luck with that. Hopefully he'll count the money they used to build up the Cards HQ booth at the National, because that probably won't be cheap either. That'll be another expensive one. So we'll see. Okay, can I let me pose this question to yourselves in the chat. So we touched on a little bit about a couple of different elements, the whole thing with the fanatics and everything. I expect there will be less people at this National than the previous couple. But it doesn't have to be like a crazy amount less. I just think a little bit less. I think it's cooled down a little bit relative, which is fine. But that could still be a lot of people, so that's not necessarily a problem. My question is, with everything, all the factors playing into it, do you think it ends up being, what is the narrative story coming out of the National by the time it's done? Is it, oh, well, sales were a little bit soft, or is it about the same as normal, or, it's on fire? We sold all the things. Just out of curiosity, where do you guys think we end up with? What's the narrative coming out of the show?
A fire.
Everything is bolted to the floor with chains and.
Yeah, right.
I think, Yannick, the biggest security will be the dollar bins.
Yes.
I think the dollar bins will be like literally just they will
Lock 'em
cement them. They will cement them into the ground. They won't even chain them. They will cement them so they cannot be removed without a jackhammer.
Mm-hmm. Or 3
Just saying.
distractors.
But but listen, like the 52 dust mantle will be free floating in space. They'll be thrown around like frisbees, just for fun. Same as normal with hope attached to it. I was thinking more due to the East Coast proximity. Could be. Just throwing it out. I'm just asking the question. I'm asking for thoughts and predictions. The National should be half card show, half job fair. Then convince the unemployed people to believe cards are the great investments. Boppos was thinking tonight, man. Boppos was on fire. We got a career fair / card show. I'm interested. Oh, Kathy's here to set the record straight. Don't believe him. I offered him my room. He chose out there. He was afraid I'd be more welcome than him. Oh, that's a low bar, but yes, you're right.
Everybody knows that you're more popular than me. I mean,
The fan mail speaks for itself.
yeah, I mean, I think everyone in the chat likes my mother more than they like me. And I'm okay with
100%.
that because on most days, I like my mother more than I like me. So, none of this is surprising.
Mm-hmm. T206 says, I think dealers will have stuff way overpriced and there will be a lot of no deals. Okay. So that's another category as well. Like, I'm interested. Where do you guys think they'll sit? If they're way overpriced, then stuff won't move. Dealers that are flexible, I think, will do better. So the question is, will the dealers be flexible or they try to hold tight? Might be tough to
you
get
got a booth
Uber
to pay
Lyft
for.
drivers.
So what are you going to do?
It is
Yeah.
an expensive booth, so you probably want to make some sales. So
Yeah, for sure.
one would think. Some
Mhm.
other collectibles I'm in, I would say down, but I've noticed in-person sales are up compared to online. Yeah, the last couple of little shows, like I've got the Expo, but I've also got some of those CSC shows. Those CSC shows that I attended to that were a reasonable size, I felt like it was busy. I felt like it was there was definitely foot traffic, and it felt like certain people were buying. I don't think it was like record breaking, but I thought it was solid. And the dealers that I spoke to felt like they did okay. But again, a lot of the dealers that I speak to are willing to adjust pricing and negotiate a little bit. And I feel like if you're willing to negotiate, then you can actually make sales. It's a shocking connection, but there seems to be a correlation. Seems to be a correlation with those two things. Have you all talked about Dallas at all, other than the theft? Not so much. Check the podcast. We talked about it. That was the main topic anyway. That was actually the
I'll tell
majority
you
of the
this.
podcast.
You know something? I was hoping that we'd at least bring it up quickly.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
We can spend a couple minutes on it for sure.
I honestly, and I'm being 100% truthful, I thought they'd be arrested by Saturday, which is, in an hour and a half. With the video, with so many people being aware of this, how in the world, with a $70,000 bounty on these guys' heads, how in the world have they not been caught yet? Now, forget about just selling the cards and getting caught that way. I mean, here's a clear picture of this guy's face, a clear picture of this guy's tattoo, these guys' clothes, this, and we'll give you $70,000 if you tell us who these guys are. I honestly thought when the clear pictures came, because when it first happened, it was just this video from a distance, right? But within like 24 hours of that coming out, we started getting like 4K up close and personal pictures of these dudes. Then the
I don't know about
70,000,
4K, but anyways.
right? How in the world have they not been caught? Now,
Okay, so I'd actually like to take a serious step on this for a moment. So let's say you are involved in this, and all you have to, if you did it, it made the news and did all that stuff. Okay, let's say you're not local, so the thing is done. By the time it disseminates, it's a day or so, a couple hours a day, whatever. You're out of town already. So first thing, you're not in town. Secondly, if somebody doesn't already know who you are and they just see your picture, okay, I see the picture of the person. So I'm going to bring this to an analogy I give. Okay, you're going to see the person. Day to day, are you like walking the streets, like in neighboring states, looking at people like, do you look like the guy? Do you look like... Unless you already know this person or have encountered them previously.
You'd
If
have
you're
to be
those
in the
guys,
hobby to know, though.
yeah, but I'm just saying even beyond that, Bobby. Even if you're in the hobby, okay, but you see these pictures. Are you like randomly walking up and down the streets looking at people like, or is it a situation where if those guys they pull the heist, and I'm just positing a theory here, they pull the heist and they're just like, all right, so what are we gonna do? I think we'll just chill at the house for a while.
I think you
You're
get
not
fat times at Rich
necessarily-
Mountain High.
You're not necessarily running out day to day,
All right.
like you're not just hanging out.
Okay, but real quick, I'm not talking about the aftermath of their behaviors. I'm not talking about them trying to sell it or them holding or fleeing the country, or I'm talking about these guys know the hobby. They've been to other shows wherever they're from. They have interacted with dealers, other consumers. People know them. They know their faces. Even if they flew into the show and they're from Alaska, the card community in Alaska, where this guy does the majority of his card business, knows who this is. And
Are
for
you sure about
70
that?
grand, they'd say, dude, this is Pedro from Alaska. He comes
Pedro
into
from
the shop.
Alaska.
I think you're. No, so let's be serious. I want to actually have this serious conversation. I think you're asking a lot, Eric. Like right now, when you come up to the expo, and I think you've seen this in person, the Burrell knows a ton of people at that show. I know a ton of people at that show because we've been to that show for decades, literally decades at this point. But there are also thousands of people every one of those shows that I have no idea who the hell they are. I don't know from Adam. By the way, just being 100% truthful, I'm not sitting there paying close attention to 99% of the people involved in there. If I walk by and I see a familiar face, like, oh, hey, Bobby, or hey, so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Len, Eric's looking for you. Like, regular conversation.
No, don't say that.
Yeah. But the point is that, like, yes, I know, I know a fair number of people's faces, and I know a fair number of people by name, because I've been to so many of the shows and stuff. If you're talking one of those kind of people, then yeah, I'd be able to. You show me a picture of somebody, say, oh, that's so and so. There are thousands of nameless, faceless people. You're saying like, oh, most people don't pay that close attention. Most people couldn't tell you what the next door neighbor looks like.
No.
Exactly. My parents always loved, one of their favorite things. I have lived in the same. This is just true story. I have lived in and around this neighborhood, an area, since 1992. My parents got their first place here in 92. They still live over there, and I'm a couple of blocks away where I live now. But I had an apartment right after university that was a couple blocks up when I used to work at the satellite company. The couple blocks up was because the satellite company was a couple of blocks from that. It was all in the same area. It was still in the neighborhood. Then I went to university. I came back, but I basically have lived around here. And then I bought this place 10 years ago. So I've been in this neighborhood for the better part outside of school since 92. The year is 2024. Over 30 years, I have lived in this neighborhood. I've seen a lot of people around here, but guess what? Day to day, I'm minding my own business, doing my own thing. I could walk into somebody at the Metro, the supermarket here, who is literally my parents' next door neighbor, and I wouldn't be able to tell them I would please line up if you put a gun to my head. I don't pay that close attention to them because my parents will be like, hey, so-and-so neighbor from me. I don't know who any of your neighbors are, man. I don't pay attention to them. I don't care.
Listen, no, I agree with you 100%.
I'm just talking about, but Eric, I'm using the example because I'm talking about people that are in the same place at the same, that I would theoretically have seen 1,000 times. That's way more than the Dallas thing. So in theory, I should be able to pick them out of a lineup, right? I can't. Couldn't do it.
Those videos showed somebody that came into our shop on a regular basis, I would, maybe I wouldn't know their names, but I'd be on the phone going, that guy comes in our shop 3 times a month.
Yes. You're
And-
presuming that you're presuming that these guys hang out at one specific place enough times that somebody who also happens to see this video would have been like, yes, them. Maybe
Yeah,
they're
that's
around, but
what
they're not around.
That's what I am surprised has not happened yet. Unless these guys were hired, they know nothing about cards. They were hired by someone who does, and this is the first card show they've ever been to, and they were told what to hit, who to hit, when to hit. I would assume these are card guys, and people know them. And when
And I think
the pictures came out, people went, "I know that guy."
and I think if that, go ahead, Bobby.
It was Jeff Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Hey, I know that dude. Exactly what it'll be. It's like,
Yeah,
yep.
I actually think that it's one of those things where I think people underestimate how many people we encounter in a lot of those shows that are so interchangeable. If you specifically, to Eric's point, if somebody came in the shop 3 times a week, sure. What if somebody came in the shop once every 3 months, and only vaguely, and sometimes they deal with you, and sometimes they deal with somebody else, so you've seen them maybe once in 6 months? You think you can pick them out of a lineup? Probably not. They become interchangeable with other people.
Somebody somewhere knows one.
Yes.
Remember, and it's not even just one guy we're looking for. We're looking for like 4 guys.
Somebody
Somebody
as soon as they
somewhere
get one, they're getting them all.
knows one of these 4 guys. They only need to catch one,
Yep.
and he'll rat the other ones out.
Yeah, I get it. I said I just think people my only point here is I think people underestimate how many people are mostly preoccupied or interested in their own business.
I
They're
agree
not.
with you.
People miss regular details every day.
Yes.
Why would they pay attention to other people when they're not paying
You're
attention? They don't care
100%
about
correct. I do not argue that your point is 100% correct. I do not argue it. But I think this is a specific thing. Hobbyists are disgusted by this situation, and the word is out to everybody. And I'm just surprised 4 faces with notable markings on their bodies with the tattoos.
They could be fake tattoos.
I figured they would have been caught by tomorrow. Now, if they get caught by tomorrow, I look like a genius. But time's running out.
You will never look like a genius, Eric. I don't think there's any danger of that.
That's not true.
The point is that seeing all the videos and everything after the fact doesn't change the fact that in the moment at the show, people probably weren't paying close attention to them. So it's one of those things you can't retroactively be like, wait, did I see that guy? No, you probably didn't see him because you probably weren't paying attention. He could have been standing in front of you and you wouldn't have noticed.
No, absolutely.
Unless he did something for you to notice him.
Oh, at the Dallas show? No, you can't. All those faces are blank. But I'm talking about where these guys come from. Someone that people they interact with on a regular basis. There's a $70,000 bounty. People, the fact that people aren't trying to collect that, and get them caught by Saturday, I am shocked.
Well, that's good. Like I said, Eric, at a certain point, it's like, you might have wonderful, vivid images, but have you actually seen these people in your life? It's one of those situations where, like, at a certain point, it's like, oh, collect the 70,000. Yeah, it was Eric. He looks like one of those guys. I'm sure. It's like, does he really? I have no idea. He's got tattoos. I have no idea.
You might get the bounty for the Bedard faster. Who knows?
I was going to say, let me go off the Bedard bounty. I'm surprised this kind of theft hasn't happened sooner. So Will here saying wasn't going to bring a big card on person to a show on my person to a show before. Sure as hell wouldn't if I made it to one now. Will, I got a problem solver right here for you. Don't worry about bringing big cards. Just bring your most expensive Mike Trouts.
That's it.
You're safe. You're safe.
Yeah, no one wants those.
Don't even worry about it. Don't worry.
The one thing is to leave $1 million whatever plus box, even where it was still not good enough. Anybody who is running that place should have that, like, handcuffed to their wrist or something. That's you don't let that go.
Yeah.
And
well, that was kind of our
the
point.
biggest thing. You left that open for them to do. That's actually on you guys, not on them.
Yeah.
Thieves are everywhere, but you preempt them by doing the proper things and putting things away. We're taking them away from the, from the location while you're packing up. So it's like, I don't know. It just seems like it was faulty on their part, even though they were, they had some people, misguiding these other people going, hey, look this way. This guy's talking over here. This guy's getting this guy. So everybody's, not looking the right way. And then the other guy just walks in and walks out. It was like so easy. So easy.
Yeah. Well, that's why. Yeah, that's why on the podcast I said I'm not going to sit here. There are folks that want to spend a lot of time blaming the dealer. I'm not blaming the dealer. We merely pointed out that, hey, there are lessons to be learned for the dealer too. Because by the way, even though they did come up with a whole plan and everything, it still could have been mitigated if you had had a better strategy for where that case should have been. That case shouldn't have been in such an exposed place. It should have been closer to somebody. It doesn't have to be literally physically tied to somebody. But guess what? If it's inside your booth, inside where the tables are, dude can't just casually walk all the way across inside of your booth to casually reach over while somebody's standing near it. He's not going to do it. He wouldn't. He'd be too afraid. Like, he's not going to do that. So you don't have to be physically touching it. You just have to be close enough to discourage the attempt. And there were 2 other cases that were wide open there that could have also been grabbed under the right circumstances. So there was multiple cases.
They knew what they were grabbing.
Yeah, Rock Latex
there
says,
was other cases there. I think they were a little bigger, but they knew that was the particular case, I guess. So
yeah. But either way, there was value. There was value in those cases. So here, I was going to read the Bob Boozle's comment. Will this crime inspire a vigilante to merge to stop this hobby crime? ? Where can I buy spandex? Eric's got you. Rock Latex says he does it mostly for personal use, but he can still hook you up with a supplier.
Mm-hmm.
Rock Latex says, sounds like Eric needs to go back to detective work and find these thieves. Facts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eric with his big blades could also be a good hero, maybe.
Maybe.
Simon 466 cards. Good evening. We also shouted out your video from earlier. We appreciate you giving us Beckett allegations. Eric appreciates it most of all.
Oh yeah,
So
you're my new hero. You're my new hero. You are the hero this hobby needs.
Yes, and I will link the link.
I am the hero this hobby deserves.
I was about to say, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Hold on, Bobby. This is the most accurate statement Eric has ever uttered in this or any other platform. Eric is the hero we deserve. Yannick, we're fucked. We are so fucked. Unbelievably fucked.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yes.
So anyway, Simon 466 cards. Thank you.
Yes.
I am linking. I'm going to be linking to the video in the descriptions if you guys want to check it out.
Great job. I really enjoyed it. You broke it down, highlighting everything. So great job.
Yes. So here you go. Hello, even if they're card guys, think about all the people that operate mostly online and not in person. True. I'm thinking these card thieves aren't even card people. They might not be. It's possible. I've seen the video. So here you go. Zach says, I've seen the video several times. Admittedly, I went to the grocery store after. I could have walked right by them and had no idea. I think that's most people. Most people are not that observant, and they're into their own business. They're not worried about what other people are doing. You could be like, literally, a guy could have been like, I'm saying it to and exaggerated to make effect, but it's not completely a joke. There are card shows I've been to. Someone could literally walk up to every table wearing a Ronald McDonald costume, like just wearing it. And then I could ask 95% of those showgoers, so did you see the guy with the Ronald McDonald costume? And they're like, what are you talking about? And then I could show them video of the dude walking up and down every aisle. Thousands of people should have seen the guy. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's paying attention.
And again, I will not debate your point because I think you're 100% accurate. I agree 100%. There's not even a but or an if and a what about. You're 100% correct. All I'm saying
this statement is accurate.
Somebody knows these people in the hobby who works, unless these guys were hired outside of the hobby. These guys have never seen cards in their lives, and they were just criminals that were sent in to do a job.
Oh, I guess we'll just have to wait and find out.
That's right.
Next.
There you go.
But if they're in the hobby, they're going to get caught soon.
We'll have to see. That may be why Eric is sitting in the dark to hide his tattoos. Facts.
Oh, yes.
Zach says, I'm going to turn in Eric. Let the investigators clear him. There's an off chance I collect 70,000. Maybe.
Yeah, what the
I heard
hell?
a room. Nerd tags are where people need to invest in. Maybe. If Eric confesses, Carlos can collect the reward and split the money with Eric in 10 years.
Oh,
Yes.
no. That will be the deal he agrees with. I'll come out in 10 years and he'll be like, I don't know you. What money?
Mhm.
Eric, I would say I don't know you right now while we're here. But
Yeah,
the point
that's-
is, he said can. Just because I can doesn't mean I will. But the point
Yeah,
is,
no, you
I
won't.
can collect the
No,
reward
no,
and split the money. I could do that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's
in
I'll
theory.
be in federal prison for a decade and you'll leave
Are
me
these,
hanging.
are these the stipulations that that they have to catch them, they have to try them, they have to find them guilty, they have to, and then you get paid. So it'll be like,
No, for the bounty for this was just information that leads to them getting caught. You just have to they have to catch
leads
them.
to their arrest. I don't know. Someone that this should happen quick. Because if Eric did it and I was sitting here, I'd be going, "Is Eric?"
I turn him in just on the safe side. Listen,
That'd be fine.
Bobby, I've been trying this for Bobby. I've been doing this as to be on the safe side. Every time there is a reward, I just point them in the direction of Eric. One of these times is going to be right.
Is that why the
Eventually,
feds are
right?
always at my front door?
It's
I'm just like, what
listen.
do you
I got to
want
cover my
today?
bases.
Is
Listen,
there
I gotta
some
cover my
reason he
bases.
is away right now?
There is
Mm-hmm.
more search warrants presented to me at my front door than that I could possibly count. They're there
Mhm.
all the time.
That's
I
right.
just gave him a key. I said, listen, I hate getting off my couch and walking to the door. Just come in and do what you got to do.
Yeah.
They haven't found anything yet that sticks, so
No,
keep trying.
One day, we're still going to
hiding
keep
on
trying.
Witch Mountain, and
Yeah.
place to be.
Brendan Ryan here. Good evening. Says, can a sports card be haunted? Maybe not haunted, but perhaps cursed. Have you
Yes.
seen the Leaf card with the Reggie Lemon and a leprechaun? That card is
That's
definitely cursed. That's
That
super
is-
cursed.
Yes, I agree.
Very cursed.
Juju.
Very cursed. Whoever possesses it.
There's a lot of curse. Yeah. That one's that's some Indian burial ground shit. All right. Super
Mhm.
cursed.
Yeah, that's messed
Yep.
up.
Guys, I'm out.
Take it easy, Yannick. Have a good night.
All right,
Thanks
buddy.
for having me. Happy birthday again. We'll chat later.
Sounds
All right,
good.
brother.
Have a good night. Take it easy.
Ciao.
So I love
Later,
Bobby.
bud.
Experience and truth. Let's see here. Babazu, good point. Eric, take one for the team. Facts. There have been
Yeah.
robberies in Dallas parking ramp too. Only it was customers with money, but the public never hear about it. Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
because
that's
the dollar amount pops off the page. So people pay
does.
more attention.
And
It's
the
good for
ransom.
headlines. Yeah,
The
it's good for
ransom.
headlines.
Yeah.
Dallas Cards and Thieves will end up being DB Cooper. Never found and never known, maybe.
I think they did find him, but anyways.
But I just think, like, in all seriousness, I think all it would take, like, if the guys are in no hurry, or, the theory was, like, again, we're throwing out theories. It's just theories. If the guys went through this trouble and already had their buyer set up, like an underground buyer who's like, here's the money, I'll take the shit and goodbye, they're gone in the wind. They're Kaiser Soze at the end of the movie. And like that, they're gone. It's like you can have 100 tattoos. Just go somewhere where people aren't seeing you. Don't hang around anybody for a while. And eventually down the road, it's like, you're going to remember somebody for tattoos in 2 years?
Mhm.
Who's paying attention at that point?
I don't know.
Enough time goes by.
Somebody's going to rat him out. Don't worry. It'll be
Well,
actually
yeah.
pretty quick. I think it'll be very quick. You have to understand that you got 4 people. There's always one guy. It's going to be one guy. It's always Eric, but it's usually one guy.
Yeah.
And he's going to be sitting there going, hey, I want to get paid. I need some money. And let me just get rid of a few of these cards. Bam, it's over. You know what happens.
Well, like I said, we'll definitely have to see for sure.
Because it's hard to
Bubbles
keep
was
4
nice.
lips sealed, right? It's tough.
It is, but that's why I said I posited
As a whole,
the
criminals
theory.
are stupid.
Yeah, but like again, you don't have to keep anybody's lips sealed if you already had the buyer. You hand off the case, you get the money, and you move on with your lives.
I don't know if there's a buyer at that big amount. That's tough. That's a
to say.
huge thing. Do you think this was planned prior to, during, after?
Oh, I think prior to.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you whip it
But
together.
the
the day-
opportunity, the opportunity that case was free and open to take as easy as it was, is a very hard thing to predict prior to this show. I think it was during the show. These guys are probably already scammers to begin with, and then they seen the ultimate and they say, hey, why don't we do this, this, and this? Opportunity knocks. That's the case over there. Let's do this. Okay, you distract him, you, and boom, in and gone. The other guy stops talking. He walks that way. That guy walks that way. The other guy walks the other way. It's the perfect 3 exit. Gone, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think though, like, look, to add to your question, if you were sitting there planning it, you can't be 100%. And I know John's got here things, so I'll read these comments. Give me a second. But I think the thing that you got to remember is, again, if you're planning for something, you can plan for multiple versions, multiple scenarios. There's a lot of cases. There's multiple cases they have. You just have to have whatever the one is that's the most available, most convenient. But you also have the option of being like, if the opening doesn't come, you abort. You don't go until you can case the place, look around, and get the patterns and everything. But if for whatever reason the opportunity doesn't present itself, well, then you never initiate it, and then you wouldn't know anything was tried.
I think it was an audible. They called an audible.
Yeah, I think you wait until I think you have the plan, the setup,
Base.
but then you don't initiate until you see the opening you're looking for. You
And
see
it
what
might
you're
not
looking
be
for.
them. It could have been somebody else too. It's just where the opportunity knocks, right?
Yeah, and you just hit play, and when the moment is, and you call the play, you initiate the play. Willy Wonka would give Eric his chocolate factory. The rest of the panel would perish. Maybe.
I would like that.
Did we know Eric didn't do it? No, we never know. Never know for sure. All right, so John here was saying, so I'll read the comment. Not to add any conspiracies. This conspiracy is a little bit thrown out, but yes, we'll read it. But could the case be placed in the open on purpose? I know that the Suns work in the booth, but it seems too easy of a theft based on what I've seen in the footage. So let me touch on this one because I knew we'd get there.
No,
it was only a matter of time.
Yeah.
So here we go. I'm going to remind everybody about Occam's razor. Occam's razor. Oftentimes, the simplest answer is the correct answer. What is rule number one?
I don't
Delivery
remember.
of women.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, rule number one is people are stupid.
Oh yeah.
Rule number two is rule number one. Rule number one is people are stupid.
Yeah.
That includes dealers. Do you have any idea? Forget about Dallas. Do you have any idea how many dealers? Literally the sloppiest inventory control. The sloppiest of sloppy inventory control. They leave shit lying around that has no business lying around.
80%.
So, to answer the question, could the case have been open on purpose? Yes, because they probably do it every show. Now, the question was implying like the conspiracy theory was, insurance fraud.
Yeah, that's always first.
You can sell the manuals. If you need cash, you can actually sell the manuals without going through and you also don't need to hire a crew to initiate the theft. Again, to Bobby's point, the more people you incorporate into a conspiracy, the more people can talk. If you do it on purpose for insurance fraud, then you need to execute it. You need to successfully get the payout because that's the only way this works. You need the payout. And then you need to pay the people off so that no one says anything. That is way more work than just sell the shit. Again, it's a dealer who's been doing this for a while. Yeah. The whole idea, like I keep being told that vintage is good stuff. I keep being told that vintage is quality, right? You should be able to sell it. Yep. You should be able to sell it. It's easy.
Yep. Yeah. But those are big price items. You're talking a mantle 5 or something was in there. It's not everybody who has that kind of money, and not any dealer would.
The majority of the stuff in that case, most of it is liquid. A lot of it you can move. Except the top end stuff, you got to find the right buyer, or you put it up for auction or whatever. But you can still find a buyer.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to find.
It wasn't fake. It wasn't fake because I didn't see Jesse Smollett involved in it.
There you go.
So he needs an acting job because nobody will hire him anymore. This would have been a perfect opportunity. And I didn't see Jesse Smollett in the video, so therefore it has to be real.
Crazy. So John here saying, I'm not saying insurance fraud, I'm thinking inside man. So anything's possible, but the reality is there's no so an inside man would have to be a family member working.
That's 5 people involved. That's too many.
Yeah. The more people you add into it, the more difficult it becomes. And again, it's a lot of work, realistically. And then you got to add in all the other components of it. And you're adding more. Let's put it this way. You probably should pick a crew without identifiable tattoos.
Yeah,
make your life a little easier.
Someone,
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate the shout out. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. If Eric could channel his Beckett hatred into something productive, Eric will never be productive.
No, it will always be channeled into something negative.
Yeah. His Beckett hatred burns like the heat of 1,000 burning suns. Bubbles says, I'd rather just lose the money on the cards than deal with insurance companies. Well, that's the other thing. Insurance companies even remotely sniff something they're
That's
know,
a lot of money to lose.
suspicious of. They're like, yeah, let's do an investigation first.
Mm-hmm.
And then you still don't get your money until they're like convinced. There's a drop of blood on a patch warrant. I'm assuming you mean a drop of blood on a patch warrant of 4x multiplier. Maybe for Eric as he prepares to clone Marcel.
No, but if it was like, for example, if it was a legendary enforcer, and there was blood, and it was like a good sized patch on these little teeny tiny things, but like a real good sized patch piece, and it was Terry O'Reilly, and you could tell this was a part of the Bruins crest on the front of his jersey, and the thing was just red. Yeah, that would be awesome. Yes, that would definitely bring a premium.
Mm-hmm.
Not a 4x premium, and also we know you're talking about your plan to clone. We know what's happening.
What if it was
On good
Dr.
cards?
J's blood on a basket? Just saying.
Okay.
I think it would definitely. I think any of it would be a premium because it would be so. But definitely a hockey enforcer, that would be big time. But yeah, if Dr. J's jersey had some of his blood on it, yeah, that would be completely rare. And there'd be a story behind it. And then you'd have to do the research to find out how many times did he get blood on his jersey, which game. Was it Larry Bird who elbowed him in the nose? So now it's like, that's Larry Bird caused that blood. And yeah, you could definitely be a premium.
I was thinking Magic Johnson, my mistake.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want that card.
Pre-diagnosis or post-diagnosis? Pre-diagnosis or
I'm
post?
not taking the risk. I don't need that card.
There we go.
Zach says they had a plan for release today. Heard they changed what they were wearing. Yeah, I did hear that piece of it. Stayed late and stacked chairs. Yeah, there was the one guy who basically just hung out for an hour stacking chairs, just kind of killing time, waiting again for an opportunity.
That
And his
seems
fingerprints are all over those things. So
it sounds like they're local.
Could be. Who knows?
Well, if you have enough change of clothes, it's one thing going to your thing, but change of clothes means they're kind of local. I think they planned it I think they planned something, but they didn't know exactly what. And I think they had probably scenarios to determine which, if this happens, we'll do this. And I'm sure because everybody was on the phone. Remember, they showed the guy who was on the phone just prior to that, and then he hung up, bang, and then he was gone to do obviously what they did. So it was definitely coordinated, but I think it was sort of planned, but I don't think it was a set plan. I think it was the opportunity knocks plan. Because if somebody has that case and they lock it down or they bring it with them, they go, like, it's game over. Would you plan all this for somebody to walk away with it? It doesn't make sense.
Yep.
But then
I think this
inside man job.
The secret play I have for this, Eric, is that I secretly hope, because I think if memory serves me, I think Dallas, the show, I think takes place inside a hotel. Memory serves me.
Mm-hmm.
I think my if memory serves me, I could be mistaken, but I think it is. I think it would be hilarious if the guys stayed in the hotel, went to a room in the hotel, and then when they come out, they're like in fat suits. So everybody's spending all this time obsessing about these images, and when they walk out, they're like 300 pounds, and they look nothing like the images.
Like I said, they
literally just walk out the front door.
And they could have fake tattoos on. You can get those ink, whatever.
You could, yeah.
If
you're going to have exposed skin and show something identifiable, again, it's not my job to give people ideas, but if you're going to be identifiable, then you would literally have false markers.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if you're planning that far ahead.
Right, but that is truly professional thieves, right? The kinds you see in the movies, like real professional thieves.
Listen, just because Tom Cruise wanted some 52 tops mantle, stop questioning it, Eric.
These are just scumbags. They're just scumbags. That's all. Don't give them this much credit. They're human trash. They're human trash. I hope they end up getting caught very, very quickly. I hope that the cards can be recovered, and I hope they do a long time in prison. They're not geniuses. They're not criminal masterminds. They're human trash, and I hope they get caught and their lives are over.
Well, that's yet to be seen.
Hmm.
If they get away
Zach
with it,
says-
they are masterminds.
Listen, as long as the mystery machine is not around, I'm not sure we're going to be able to catch it. But we'll see what we can do. It would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for the meddling kids. Zach says everyone acts like these people that lost money during the pandemic are desperate for some reason. They're vintage dealers. I promise they weren't panicking or trying to collect insurance.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it was very helpful to have Bobbles give some context, because he had done business and helped facilitate transactions with them. They set up at Strongsville. They've set up at a lot of their other big shows. So, and they have high-end inventory. And again, there's certain vintage cars that require the right buyer, but there's other vintage cars like in the $300, $400, $500 range, which, by the way, some of the stuff in the case was in that range, which is more liquid. You can find the buyer for it. Sure.
Mhm.
I think that'll be fine. So, but other stuff will take longer. You need to find the right buyer. You need to find the right situation. And it's assuming you didn't already have an idea of who you could look. I guarantee you there is somewhere, and there'll be a documentary at some point. There'll be somebody out there. They'll find out that somebody has like this amazing collection. They'll be like, why did we never hear of this guy? Wait a minute. Wasn't that shit stolen?
Mhm.
Where did that come from?
3 mantles? Really?
All it would take is somebody who's like, I don't give a shit. Here's the money. Get me my shit. Okay. We'll see.
Maybe.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you guys, you and Baubles, gave me a little education on Monday when we did our podcast, and educated me on this. I think it was like a Venezuelan Hank Aaron or something.
Yeah, that one's more obscure. That one,
I mean-
you need the right buyer.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just
And it's
walk
going to
into a
stick out
shop
like a
with
sore
that.
thumb.
Yeah.
No, you would not. That is something so identifiable, out of the ordinary. You need specialized knowledge in it. You need more than rudimentary knowledge. You cannot move that without knowing what it is. And the moment someone sees it, they're gonna go, okay, that's a bit unusual and in nice condition. Okay, then it's like, okay, where did that come from? So you would immediately set off alarm bells or questions. That's why I say something like that would have to be somebody that's really sneaky. It would have to be like going into the Bougie Eric secret collection.
But
We don't talk about the Bougie Eric secret collection. Just saying. They would have to crack the slabs to sell them, devalue them in the process. Yes. Yep. But with a couple of small tweaks, you can get them regraded. That's all it would take. Battleship Kelly Blood Relic. That plays into Eric's thematic idea here. Bubbles says, I got my Sham Kemp bloody patch card tested. Apparently, he's my father.
no, that's no.
happens,
Stay away
Bubba.
from that. You'll end up pregnant.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
It
Go near
happens,
that
man.
card.
It happens.
You
happens,
will end
man.
up pregnant.
Or clone.
Sounds like a card collector with a dragon tattoo. Maybe. If you watch the video, the thief made 2 attempts to steal the case. Yes.
Yes.
He went to words and backs off a few seconds later. Carl should provide us with the perpetrator's prison addresses so we can hand them hateful letters. Listen, I'm all about the
I
hate.
think he moved a
Oh my
chair.
God,
I think
that'd be
he
awesome.
was working there.
What was that? Sorry?
I think he moved a chair to him when he went to his first time. He moved the chair back to give the impression he was working there.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, he had been doing the chair thing for a while. And when
Mark?
so what John is talking about is in the video, there's an aborted attempt. There was where he was starting to make his way towards the case and it wasn't quite the right moment. So he grabbed the chair and went back around. But he'd been doing the chair thing so many times where it still kind of fit in with what he had been doing. And then he finally was able to make his attempt. But that's what I say. Like they were able to wait until, just wait for an opening basically to clear up. And that's what happened.
Those guys just said, "Wait a minute, how many chairs are you moving?" It's the same chair, back and forth. Come on.
Listen, the mob has built many a business based on man. What do you, it's like, do they literally pay you to do that all day?
Mm-hmm.
8 straight hours of brooming.
Yeah,
And then you take the dust and you broom it the other way.
that's it.
And then you broom it back the
that
first
green
way.
stuff. Remember the green stuff they used to put on, and then it would sweep the floors. No,
No, you
it
got
must have been the '70s. They had this green stuff.
Maybe.
It smelt, and they would push it, and it would kind of buff the floor too. And I don't know. Anyways,
Listen,
Someone
as a
will
man
know.
who has as a man who has once a time worked in a place that if you told me it was a front, I would believe you. It happens. It happens.
Mhm.
There's a card, Hell Eric, don't work. I said before,
Yeah,
I'll say it
I
again. It was
knew
the
that.
most moronic.
This
estimate.
show.
See,
Yeah, there is
his,
a card
his signal is cutting out.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a card hell. It is this show, and I am in it.
Welcome.
No, I think we can do worse.
Welcome to your nightmare. Any predictions for when this guys are caught? I think it'll be before the end of next week, probably midweek, but by the end
I
of next
already
week.
said by tomorrow, so
Oh, you
I
said
think
tomorrow?
yeah, I said by tomorrow, but I think I'm
I think-
running out of time.
By Wednesday is probably. Yeah, it's hard to get news on the weekend on stuff like that. But I think
I
on
don't
Wednesday
know.
they'll have somebody.
I don't know. So
They'll
here's
have
my
one
prediction.
guy. They'll have the
Here's
one
my
guy.
prediction.
There's
Here's my
always
prediction.
the one guy. Like we got Eric. It's always the one guy.
Oh, always,
Yeah.
yeah. Look. Here's my prediction, and like I said, this is just going based off of what I said earlier already. You really, if you were in that position, you don't really have to do anything. You could just kill some time. I'm going to give it a couple of weeks. Because honestly, if you're not in a hurry to go out and about, you could kill a couple of weeks because people's memories are both terrible and short. Not because they forget about it necessarily, but because it becomes a little blurry in their mind. When it's fresh, you're seeing the images every 5 seconds. It's fresh in your mind. You let it run a week or two. By the time it's done, we started off looking at a picture of Booby-Or, and by the time it's done, we pick Eric out of a lineup.
Yeah,
they're the same guy, whatever. That guy.
Yeah.
Sure,
Guilty.
that's the one.
Guilty
I
charge.
saw him on social media holding a Booby-Or stick. It has to be Booby-Or, right? No, he hit it in the wall. He's the idiot who
It
hit
was
the wall.
not a wall. I hit it on a metal shelving unit.
Whatever.
Worse.
So by the time it's done, like it's done. Like at that point, we can't tell the difference anymore. Like we don't
I'm gonna
even know
take
what's
that
happening.
video down. I should have done it right away.
Well, someone's going to know those guys if they are in the hobby. If they're not in the
If
hobby,
they are, yes. If they're just some randos, then it's going to be tough.
I don't think they're randos. I think they know the industry a bit. You'd have to. I know a thief is a thief is a thief, but even still, I believe there has to be some knowledge, hobby knowledge.
I agree.
Well, it's a reasonable theory, but Eric is a Boston Bruins fan. He thinks he knows hockey, so
True.
You say so. Zach says, not necessarily local, in my opinion. I live 5 hours away. I know exactly where they set up every show. I could bring a change of clothes and go to the show casing out dealers.
5 hours is local.
All right, so Zach did it.
They're not
Where's
from
my
out of
70
state.
grand?
They didn't come.
Yeah,
out of
Zach
state.
did it under order of Bougie Eric to add cards to his collection. I know.
No.
I know
And
what's
they did
going on.
Dallas. It's not the best.
Just saying.
Where do I go to
Calling
collect
it
my
these
money?
cards.
Zach did it.
Yeah, calling it these cards end up in a golden auction, and they also end up on the Golden Touch.
Yeah.
I'll take it a step further. They end up on the Golden Touch.
Yeah.
Season 3, bros. Season 3 is
Season
going to be
3.
lit.
Mhm.
All right. Zach says the dealers are very active in vintage Facebook groups. Yes, they are. That's right. I knew they were before ever going to Dallas. That's right. Bobby saw that green sawdust sweep is still in use. Awesome for dust control. There you go. Paul's got you.
What it was.
Paul's got you.
Thanks, Paul.
They're caught at the National trying to sell the Venezuelan air. If they try, listen, if they try to sell the Venezuelan, then yes, they're getting caught in about 4 seconds.
They
Because
deserve to get
again,
caught.
yeah, that's a more obscure piece. Like that's the reason why we thought it was worth. Look, in all seriousness, I included a link to it in the description. If you didn't already, I know everybody and their brother talked about the Dallas Card Show, but I feel like we had a really good discussion where we covered a couple angles, we showed a couple of things, we pointed out some items. It was actually a more serious episode, even than we're 5% more serious on it. But even still, I felt like we actually covered a fair bit of ground there. And the episode did well. I think people enjoyed it. They got a chance to see it. So the engagement on it was great. So I think it worked out very nicely. But no, we talked about this a little bit of depth. We actually got in there. We mentioned the Venezuelan thing because it is a more obscure issue. Like, let's put it this way. We use an analogy that fits with the show. If someone was going to steal some shit from the expo, you don't take shit that winds up in that would have otherwise wound up on the Bobby Burrell booth, or that you have to use the app to look up, because then you got a problem. Because then it's like, well, how many of them are there? Not a lot. Where can they be found? Not many places. So if it was in one place and it's no longer there, it sticks out like a sore thumb, and you have a pretty good idea where it came from.
So do you think there's a possibility there could be a ransom? When people get scared, they kind of go, well, why don't we just say, hey, listen, we'll return the cards, drop them off, see you later, drop some money here. Be gone.
I mean, nothing is impossible, especially if they think the heat is too much, or they dump them quote dump them, and then a buddy finds them and then gets the 70 grand.
Up on Magic Mountain, sure.
Sure, but I think look the reason why I said a couple of weeks, and to be honest, it wouldn't shock me if it was longer. What heat? We're sitting there going like, oh, but it's on every hobby publication thing, whatever. Oh, and it's on like local news. Okay, cool. So stay in your house and chill. There isn't a nationwide manhunt. The police aren't there with dogs like running through the streets. Like you could literally just stay in your house. No one sees you.
I think they could be recognized by somebody else in the hobby.
That would be the only angle. But again, if it's not somebody who's regularly appearing in somewhere in the hobby, there's some randos that like are invisible. They look like anybody.
Somebody, right?
Yeah. It's like I may as well just go outside and point at someone. It was them.
Well, the funny part is I guess the other guys have been interviewed for where those guys were, where they were talking to people. So I'm sure they got interviewed, and I'm sure they got a little bit of.
Sure.
These guys know much about the hobby?
Sure.
Did they talk about these cards? Oh, okay, so they are in the hobby or they're not in the hobby. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Like I said, by Wednesday, Friday, maybe.
All right, we'll see. Well, maybe my next show. Maybe my next show we'll interview the robbers as they get caught. It'll be very exciting. Good. It'll make for good YouTube. Stuke says the dealer has done most of the Dallas shows. The same spot, very easy to case out. Can they do the reverse of Kurt and add damage to the cars like the 67 SGC Seaver then sell? Glad you asked. Stuke, watch our podcasts.
Yeah.
I posited that exact point. No, I Eric, did I not say that?
Yeah, I'm about to say this sounds familiar.
If you crack them out of those, so the holders have serial numbers. And all you'd have to do is give the serial numbers to the graders and have them deactivate the cert. If you deactivate the cert, then all of a sudden they become identifiable based on the cert. However, if you remove them from the holder, oh, but it's a raw card and you devalue them. Yes, but all it would take is adding strategic damage to make them look just different enough. Again, you do lose some value on it, but let's say, for the sake of argument, the number they came up with is real. Let's say it's $2 million. We just said that some of those cards are really obscure and be very difficult to move. All you would do is knock it down a grade or two, strategic damage, so that it's not. It looks sort of like this other card. You put them side beside each other. Like I'm pretty sure, like there's certain markers that look pretty close. All it would take is just a couple of things that are a little bit different, and then it runs through and you get it graded. It's a PSA card. You grade it SGC. It's an SGC card. You grade it PSA. You just flip flop them, and then it's a new card. It may as well be a new card in the hobby. I found it.
Yeah, got it from my dead grandfather. He had a stash.
Yeah. Rock Latex says, once they catch somebody, I don't think we'll hear about it until well later because of the investigation. Possible. That could delay it as well. And then chances are high that someone brags to a friend, they all get caught, but odds are cards actually get recovered. That could be dicey. There's still a couple of cards missing from the original theft, the $2 million one from the auction. I still think there's one or two cards missing. Bob Wizzle says, Anderson Cooper, why aren't you talking about this? I know. Barbara, I got the idea from. Perhaps. But yeah, like I said, it's possible. Like, again, if your goal is deception, I think it's funny, and I don't have a problem with what Eric or Bobby are saying. I don't have any issue with it. The only thing I keep thinking to myself, like, in the hobby, we care so much, but the rest of the world doesn't.
Right.
Like if you're not in the hobby, but $2 million worth of cardboard, who gives a shit?
Right.
Go solve real crimes.
Correct.
You know, there are people being murdered right now. Like, go solve that.
Yes.
Focus. So, like I said, we're not doing a nationwide manhunt. We're not exhausting all our resources. We didn't bring Columbo back from the dead to solve this one. But if they make a silly mistake and out themselves, could they? Sure. Yeah. No doubt. I just think you've got two things going against you. One is if they're not in a hurry and if they don't do something silly, it would be shockingly easy to get away with it. Because there are a lot of things you can do, and you can extract some value out of those cards. You don't necessarily have to sell all the cards. You could sit on some of them for 10 years or longer.
Well, an example of what you're saying can be traced back to, here in Massachusetts with the Isabella Gardner art heist. Back in the 90s, the greatest art heist in modern history happened in Boston. And those paintings, Rembrandts and Picassos and all the greats, all the masters, have never been recovered. Two guys came in posing as cops. The security opened up the doors because they thought they were Boston cops. Boston cops tied the guys up, went in, pictures out of the frames, rolled them up, and the pictures have never been seen again. The paintings have never been seen again. So it's the greatest art heist in history. There's millions of dollars in reward money.
Yeah.
And nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And in relative terms, based on the reward, based on the uniqueness and identifiability of the item, which one do you think, if somebody's going to go trolling for a reward, which one do you think they would love to be able to pinpoint you in the direction of? But you can make stuff disappear. For people's memories are short. We're the social. This is a broader topic. I promise I won't go all the way down the rabbit hole tonight. But I'm just offering this to you. We're in the social media age. That creates two problems. And by the way, this reflects some of the comments as well. Some people were throwing out the idea that, I think it was Bob Boozle, or it might have been somebody else. It might have been Bob Boozle. He was talking about increased lawlessness, right? Increased lawlessness since the pandemic. And I went and did a 5-second Google search. Violent crime is down. It was worse 30 years ago compared to 2022, which is after pandemic. Theft was higher in 1992 than it was in 2022 after the pandemic. But we're in social media. In the social media age, you can show me every single crime that happens every second of every day, everywhere. So if I look at social media and I follow it, then there's a crime happening every 5 seconds. Someone's getting murdered in my backyard every 10 minutes. If I look at social media. In reality, that's not true. It's about, in some cases, it's the same. In some cases, it's less. But in 1992, I couldn't see that shit. You'd have to tune into the local news or see it in your backyard to actually know what even happened. If you didn't know what happened, then it didn't happen, right? If you don't know, how would you know?
I correct people like that all the time. They're like, things today are just crazy. They weren't like this when, I was a kid. And it's like, no. You didn't know about it when you were a kid in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, because of the social media and the 24-hour news and the instant news to your phone. And you didn't, there's the same amount of bad guys. Okay. There's still people out there committing crimes, still violent, disgusting, horrible, filthy crimes against people, children, women. The numbers haven't changed. We're just more aware of it now because we have the ability to get this information to people where before we didn't. Things were horrible, 50 years ago. Things are horrible now because human beings as a whole suck.
Yeah. Now, in the same vein, no, not quite as serious, but in the same vein, that's where the conversation, the hobby conversation of, are we in the new junk wax era comes in? Because people talk about, oh my God, look at how many of these products are, how many parallels and everything. And then I'm sitting there, could you imagine if in 1991 we had Instagram and somebody could show you pallets of hobby boxes, pallets as far as the eye can see of one product. And then you're sitting there telling me that your blaster boxes or your extra parallels and everything are comparable. And I'm sitting there like, what manner of crack are you on, sir? And where can I get this well refined? Because I'd make a fortune. Because the reality is that it's like, no, my dude, like you have to run the machines twice as much as they're being run right now to sniff some of those products from the early 90s. But in 1991, we didn't have Instagram. I can't see tractor trailers full of it. Like I don't have that ability.
Yeah. We finally put it together ourselves when, we hoarded this stuff and went out and spent all this money and had to have it. And then we'd go back to the shop and there'd be 5 more boxes and somebody would buy that. And you come back the next day and there's 5 more boxes. And it's like, it's never ending. Why are we doing this to ourselves. So
Yeah.
after a while, you know, you just started. It was like, you know, uh, light shines on Marblehead or whatever, and you just like, we figured it out that
Yeah.
we're wasting our money here. Pro set is not something we should be spending our hard-earned money on and buying box after box after box and not going to open it, and we, you know, and get these certain off rookie cards. It's like, no, this stuff is trash, and the printing machines are on 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
And you're
But I
not
think
going to run out.
yeah, I think the reason that, and the irony is, the reason that the junk wax era did last as long as it did, even with things going on the way there were, is yeah, there was a lot of demand, but they printed a lot of the stuff. But because we didn't have the ability to put two and two together and connect all the different places and everything, maybe
Right.
for the sake of argument, maybe your local store got sold out and ran out. So you're like, oh, I guess, you know, I guess they're out of it, whatever. But in Chicago, there's a guy sitting on, you know, 50 cases of the stuff. And
Right.
he's like, well, how can I get rid of this shit? Later on, eBay shows up. And guess what? For decades, people thought, oh, this vintage is like so rare. Like this 1950s
Oh, yeah.
tops is like, there's like 10 of them in the world. And then you go onto eBay shows up. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, 58 top stand Musial. There's like 30 of them on eBay right now.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was the awakening.
Those
That
were
really
the-
So
was.
it's like actually they're a decent amount. There's enough. There's enough
Yeah.
for all of us to have one if we really want one.
Right.
It's not super multi-printed, but still it's not rare. It's not rare the way you thought it was, because now I opened up a global market to you, and now the entire country and the world is available. And it turns out actually there's more of those than you thought. Even the stuff
Yeah.
that was rare.
It took about 4 or 5 years to do that. Let's say from probably 2002, we really started to get better, where we were all kind of new in the 90s there. It was just like, you know, you saw something and you just kind of bought it because you didn't know you could search out and find out past sales and all these other different things. I don't even know if
Right.
they had completed items even at that time. Can't really remember back that far, but
Yeah.
it was
I think it was an awakening to some folks, though. They found out that certain items that they had been convinced or told their entire lives were rare. It's rare because it's not in your local area, because it's not in your local shops or your local show. But 500 miles down that way, actually they're sitting on a stack of them.
Right.
They have too many and they can't even get rid of them all. But then all of a sudden you create a global market. Oh yeah, let's sell this stuff. And then you go and buy it. It's like, oh my God, finally I got one.
Right. I remember thinking, you know, I had something rare, going on eBay and seeing that there's, you know, 4,000 of them. And it's
Yeah.
like, talk about bursting your bubble, you know? You thought you had a rare card, you had a rare knickknack, you had a rare this, a pennant, whatever. And then you find out that,
don't you
No.
knick-knack.
hey, I
Be
like
careful,
knick-knack.
but tread lightly. You don't want to be messing with the trinkets, man.
Well, here's the thing. So, you know, I put out my first book in 2003, you know, and prior to that, we didn't know about wrappers, didn't know the years actually of some of the wrappers. So it was like, it was a free for all in a lot of different display boxes. Nobody knew what they looked like because Beckett never produced anything like that.
Right.
So it was the onslaught of nobody knew what to buy, when to buy, how much to pay. And but cards were a little bit easier, but you know, you still didn't know how many were out there. Yeah, there's 20 on, and then 15 guys buy them, and then there's 5 left, and then you kind of go, oh shoot, they're going fast or something. I don't know. So it was a different time. It was totally different. It's hard to believe we were almost at the infancy of the hobby in a sense. You know, I was able to put out a book on stuff that people haven't seen before. It's just the wrapper and the box. It wasn't anything weird or, you know, kitschy. It was the stuff everybody wanted to know, and nobody knew what to pay at that time, you know. So it was a definitely different time, but it took a little while to get it going. And now we're at critical mass plus, and you can't always trust the eBay prices too, because there's a lot of those are kind of, I don't know what's going on. I think a lot of people are kind of buffing up things to make them seem better, you know, make one sale and then, hey, you know, on a lesser sold item, you can do that. and say, hey, the last one went for this. So you could just actually sell it to your friend and he paid like $800. And then a month later you come in and go, hey, I picked up this. What do you need? Well, I'll take 7 away from eBay. So
Well, listen, I heard there's some
that
crazy
card
buyer
stuff
out
is,
there. Yeah, there's some crazy buyer out there popping up the Reggie Lemon market.
I know. Everyone's
Like-
going, oh, it's Eric.
Yeah, I thought the market was like 0 or negative, but it turns out simply by one person buying it completely screwed the entire thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It broke it. It broke it all. Bob Jackson saying 50 watts, semi trucks full back then. Yeah. But the only reason, so the point that I'm making with it, and the only reason I brought it up is that
Junk
the more
wax.
information we get, the more it changes our perception.
It does.
And the social media thing has warped our sense of what something is because it's in your face, because you're showing it to me all the time. Therefore, oh, this must be happening every moment of every day. That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true, because it might be happening as often as it did previously when you didn't see it. It was still happening, but it was happening down the street and you didn't see it. So it wasn't because you didn't see it.
And you have the happenstance too of, you know, if somebody has something on eBay and they have like, it's a $200 item, maybe they have $500 on it, and somebody keeps seeing it and keeps seeing it and keeps seeing it constantly because it's not selling because it's overpriced. That perception is changed because every search it comes out in. So that guy says, oh, hey, Bobby, I got this. I go, it's worth $200. Want to do a trade on something? Okay, sure. $200 trade. Works out great. Everybody's happy, right? But I don't want to do the trade because it's been bitched out for the last year and a half on eBay at an overpriced thing. And how am I going to sell that once it's already been out there on a, you know, a harder to find item? I'm just saying. So there's lots of different scenarios that play into that. So,
yeah, I think that's fair. So Stuber is saying 54 Bowman Ted Williams is a good example, not as rare as we thought. So I do think there's a good example here because the 54 Bowman Ted Williams was the one that was recalled because Williams was under contract with Topps. So that was the year he was in the card number 1 and a card number 250, I think, in the top set. So Bowman had a Williams card, but had to pull it from availability. But it did get out there for a little bit. So it is more uncommon. Uncommon, I think, is a fair word. It's not rare, but it is uncommon. So it's produced in much less quantity because it was pulled early in the print run, and some definitely got out there. But I can go on eBay and find you a couple copies right now. So it's not an impossible card, but compared to the average 54 Bowman card, it is much less common. It is more uncommon.
But you wouldn't find it if people that wouldn't have it out there for so much money because everybody wants the top end dollar, right? Like those cards should sell because they are uncommon. They should actually sell, but they should be at a reasonable price. Stuff hangs out there forever because of the price point. I think there's more things out there in the price point that is too high than there are things of regular for sale. Like just, you know, of the price of what their actual value is. And then add the dealers into there. How much stock do they have? You know, and all these collectors with the new cards, they're all trading amongst each other. I think they're not finding too many homes. I don't know how many homes you're finding at 20K. Like, honestly, it just seems like they're pole positioning, you know, themselves. And that's where I think the hobby is in that floating. It did in the pandemic. You know, everybody was buying, trading. Nobody had the the final sale to anybody. It was sort of a lot of guys were holding, trading, and averaging up and trying to do all those things. And I think that's going on again right now because everybody's looking to pull the new stuff, get it out there. That's fine. That's different. But all this other stuff that's out there between the dealers and the other collectors who've lost money and they're dropped it down, they're waiting for it to come back up. It's not going to come back up in any sense of satisfaction for any of them. So I see we're in a weird place right now.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, we've had the conversation here multiple times that I think it constantly gets forgotten that the majority of the hobby is operating sub $100. We can look at as many record sales as you want, but most of the hobby is sub $100. Most people are not buying. If I say $200, there's a lot of hobbyists who are like, I don't know, that's a tough one. Like $200 is a lot of money. And for most people, it's a lot of money. It's actually, as soon as we move past, if we move 3 figures and we start moving into multiple 3 figures, the amount of people actually shrinks extremely fast. Like it shrinks super fast. To get into now the upper echelon, we'd see different coverage. But to be honest, be in the top 15, 20%, is actually a much lower bar than I think people think, because I can exclude 80% of people. Be like, okay, so how many of you have spent $500 on a card once? I'm still excluding a ton of people. Like I'm immediately excluding. If I poll the hobby, that's still a lot of people that are out.
There's a lot of guys I see at the small shows where they'll never have spent that much money on a card.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I mean. I think that's the
Just go
vast
around
majority of people.
Sets and enjoy. And those guys are constantly there. And I've seen them for 20, 30 years. And same guys, but I never see them. I think at my booth, oh, I wouldn't mind a wrapper. How much? $15. Okay. Maybe I'll come back. So,
and that's the thing. But I think that is such a high percentage of the hobby. I think people forget consistently that for a lot of people, it's as soon as you go past $100, it's a decision. They got to think about it. It's real money, and there's other things they could be spending that money on. And they're not, it's a hobby. Yes, they're interested, but they're only willing to participate a certain amount. So it's very tough.
Would you consider that the end user, like the final person that ends up with the card, or are we talking about flippers too?
No, I'm excluding flippers, because flippers can do the upscaling game.
You got the low end kid flippers, right? Who just
I'm talking about like the collector end user who's collecting whatever it is, sets, team, player, whatever. Most of the stuff they're buying, or most of the stuff they will buy in the course of the collecting career, for a lot of folks, will be sub 3 figures. Because for most people, there are very few legitimate reasons why you would go north. Mm-hmm. And once we get into 4 figures, then there's even less reason. Because for most people, there's no reason to. I can count on one hand the number of $1,000 cards I have ever paid $1,000 for. And that still would separate me from a lot of other folks that will get to 0. We can count on one hand because it's 0. Never. The answer is 0. They won't.
Never. I would only. There's only a couple of cards I would do that, like an or rookie in good shape.
What's your biggest purchase then, Eric?
I think
personal.
The most I ever spent for one card. And I think I have to change, because after I said I've never spent $500 on a card, I started thinking. I think it was probably that Gretzky auto on that PSA 10 from a couple of years ago that Paul helped me find.
That's worth a lot of money on the market now, eh?
Yeah, I could get my money back plus some now, but that was the most expensive card I think I ever got. And then after that, I think I spent like $300 on a Bobby Orr autographed with a Hall of Fame 79 inscription on it. And I think those are probably the 2 most expensive. And after that, I've never gone over 200.
Okay, that's fair. Carlos, you said you're talking one hand there. You got $1,000 maybe.
Yeah, I think the highest one was about $1,200 US. $1,200 US.
Yeah, $1,500-$1,600. Okay.
Yeah,
that's a decent amount, but that's not very many.
Yeah, that's it. Because for most of my collection, is not required. The majority of the cards do not necessitate. The only one. The one that I'm talking about was a 53 Bowman Mantle, the 53 Bowman color. Mm-hmm. So that one, I got a decent copy in, reasonable shape. Again, lower condition, not super high end, but that was still a 4-figure card. And then, of course, we got to add in, shipping, the, whatever, all the costs of all the additional costs related to it. But that's $1,200 US plus. Yeah. And that, by the way, that's a lot of money. I'm not losing sight of that. There are other cards that creep up on it. There are cards that I have bought that are $600, $700, $800 US. So then when I move into Canadian, it surpasses 1,000.
Sure,
right. But it's not all the time. It's not a common thing.
No,
I honestly don't remember. I'd be curious if Paul remembers. As he's making fun of me, Paul, how much did I pay for that Gretzky card that you found for me?
Are you talking about the autograph one with the whatever?
The Rangers white Liberty jersey.
I think it was 900 Canadian. I was with you. I think it was 900 Canadian.
I'll see if Paul remembers. I didn't think it was that much.
300 US.
Yeah, I was with you. It was at the booth with Cartel.
Ooh.
So
when Eric spends the big bucks, we remember.
Yeah. Well, I went up there looking for it, and that was, I wasn't coming home without it. So.
So here Dom says, agreed, Carlos. What's interesting is the vintage stuff that is truly rare, doesn't always have the demand or price tag of the more plentiful, iconic Topps Bowman cards. Yes. And part of that is because if it's really rare, sometimes that also means it's obscure. If it's sufficiently obscure, then your buyer base also shrinks because they don't know about it. Or it's a situation where they're like, I'm trying to fill in my sets and stuff that I'm working on over here. That's an interesting card, but then it deviates me. Again, we can only stretch the dollar in so many directions. If I'm a set collector and I'm working on all this, I see this obscure issue. Is it interesting? Yes. Should I be diverting funds from my project to do this? Maybe not necessarily. I see cards all the time where like, look, if money was no object, sure, yeah, I'll add it because that'd be kind of interesting. But then I'm like, I got to make a decision here. The money I spent on this means it deviates away from this other thing that I'm working on.
Yeah.
So I can't do that all the time. Hit the like. And by the way, I like this. The old man in the darkness will pay. That's right. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
I like this one. So ask the chat the most they've spent if they're willing to say on a single card. And I think that's fair. Again, feel free. You can withhold that. That's okay. But I gave you mine. Mine was just about right around 1,200 US. That was the most expensive. I've had other ones that have crept up right against it because they tend to be some tougher cards that I bought. I've missed out on some because I wasn't willing to go there. There are a few Medanos that some of the other guys are like, in my opinion, I think they overpaid, but they were willing to do it, and I wasn't. So, hey, listen, I'm not worrying about trying to be the number one Medano collector out here because there's some guys that have spent upwards, I want to say $2,000 on a shield, and I'm sitting there like, I will not be doing that today.
No,
the answer is no.
Well, I guess
so I'm not going to try to outbid them.
Most I spent on a card, which I really don't deal in cards because I spent a lot. Or me and my buddies spent $70K US on Master Auction back in 2004. Anyways, sure. $3K for one card. 1932.
Is that Canadian or USD?
It was Canadian. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Studley card. Was it Canadian? Because I bought it. He was in the States at that time. It might have been US. Mm-hmm. He was a Canadian, but he moved to the States.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Stu here says I try and buy sets, lots, and collections. Single card might be the PSA 6.5 Red Heart Mantle. That's a nice one. 600 before COVID. Yeah, that's probably about what it was going for. That sounds about right. It's a nice card, by the way. I've seen the Red Heart. It's a cool looking card. It's got a good pose for Mantle. Good evening.
I sold that card though.
He's lying. You see how he put all? Hope you're all doing well. He's full of shit.
Well, he didn't want to put comma except to Eric. But,
he has no problem doing that.
Are you saying he sits on a throne of glass?
He's just son of a bitch. I don't even want. Just ignore him.
Stu says I bought 4 O-Pee-Chee Gretzky rookies before they went over $500. That's right. Paul C says 900 sounds right. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought it was 700 Canadian. I thought it was 700.
I'm pretty sure it's 9.
Mm-hmm. That's what you told your wife, and you convinced yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I was standing there with you.
Michelle.
Anything.
Yeah. Justin says both I spent is $25.55 on a Gretzky SGC 8 O-Pee-Chee. First card I bought when I got back in the hobby. There you go. And the most I spent a single card is $225 Canadian, but I spent 500 Canadian on a collection. I try to stay under 100 as much as I can. Don't go over often, which is fair. That's fine. Like I said, I'm surprised. I thought Carlos would have spent more on a card. Hasn't been a situation for it. Now, this is maybe an important distinction as well. Here's a question for you guys. And again, feel free to share as much or as little as you want. Would you be willing to go above that? Or is that top purchase like your ceiling on your situation?
Well, it depends if you're buying or flipping or
sure
moving.
My answer may be a little bit surprising and kind of plays into what Zach's thinking here. Here's the thing. I don't have kids or things like that I need to worry about. I have no conscience. I could spend $1 million and not bat an eye. I would need to have $1 million to spend.
Well, yeah, that helps.
You work
yeah, but I'm saying if the finances are not the issue, if you have the ability to do there is no limit, there is no cap, but there's also nothing that I would want that would necessitate that. This is an important caveat. Ability is not the same. I could have $1 million in the bank account, but if there's nothing that I want to spend the money on, then it doesn't matter. Then $1 is too much. It's not about the money you have.
Yeah.
It's about what is available that you would have interest in that you also have the means to do. So that was the most expensive card I ever bought because it was a card I was actually working on for set I'm actually working on for a project I'm actually doing. The Bart Starr is the last card that I need for the 57 Topps Packers run. That's probably going to run me $1,000. It's a reasonable guess. The 53 Topps Willie Mays, which is something that I want to work on later, that's going to go north of $1,000 US.
Yeah.
I know that already. I can guarantee, unless the card is literally torn in half, it is going to go north of $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee that. So I already
Right.
know that if I see the right copy and the situation's right, I will be buying that, and probably one of those cards will then surpass that mantle and be the most expensive card I've ever paid for.
Mm-hmm.
So it will happen at some point, but I'm in no hurry. There's no rush.
It's waiting
But
for
I
the
will.
opportunities.
Yeah, I'll go
Sometimes you
for
can
it.
do a trade. Sometimes you can do a trade, partial deal, and that actually saves you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because it's not easy just to sell a card outright. Like I got that card that I paid $3,000 for. I sent it into PSA for grading, and I wanted it for documentation. And then I sold it after I got it back, probably about a week later for $15,000.
Yeah, sure.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I think it also the answer to that question also depends on what your philosophy is on money. For me, it's a means to an end. It's just something that I got to pay my
Pays for your
mortgage. I got to
collection. Paid for my
Yeah.
collection. It just the offset, right?
But to me, it's a means to an end. It's what I use to pay for the mortgage, what I use to pay for the bills and all that. But if all that's taken care of and I've got the money around, then there's no cap on what I would pay for one of these things. But again, I would have to value it at that. Number one.
Yeah, for
Number
sure.
two, I would have to be interested enough. If I don't value it at that, it doesn't matter what other people value it at.
Yeah, well, that freedom actually gives you a little bit more opportunities. So, you kind of say, hey, I really like that. Yeah, I don't care. If you won the lottery, you might just sit there and go, yeah, I'm going to get a couple cards. But
Yeah.
you might not. It's up to you.
Yeah.
It's whatever you want to do. I like finding the rare stuff. So it's actually not about, see, a lot of the rare stuff ends up in the hands of, obviously the billionaires or what have you. But when you're collecting the rare stuff, a lot of guys who aren't millionaires own a lot of that stuff because of the opportunities that they went to the shows and the small shows and the little antique shows and so whatever, garage sales, and they find these things and it's gold, and then they will never sell them. It's funny, I've had some big guys with a lot of money ask him what he wants for it, and I said, he doesn't want to sell it. He goes, I'll give him 50,000, and no, they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. And those are the rarities. And they're pissed because there's no amount of money you can give them that they'll just say, fuck it. No, I'm fine. I got a nice retirement. I got money put away. Why would they need to get rid of it?
Mm-hmm.
So
I think it changes the game. I think it changes the game when the money is not the deciding factor.
Changes everything.
It's do you want it enough? Does the number make sense to you? Because again, I go back to what I said earlier. For some folks, they have the money to do it 100-fold, but they're like, it's not worth that to me, so I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that I can afford 1,000 copies of that, what you're asking for. I don't think it's worth that. So I'm still going to negotiate the hell out. You'll watch guys who have more than the means negotiate the hell out of a small deal because they're like, it's not worth that to me. I'm going to haggle this down.
Because they know that they have the power.
Yeah. And they'll walk away and it's like, well, whatever, man. But it wasn't about the money. It's the principle of like, I want to get it for the price I want to get it at. That's the part I care about.
And some guys, and there's a few guys out there, they're not a lot, but there's these guys who just want to win. So whenever you tell them something, you always really highball them. And even when you counteract them, they want to win with what they say their price is. It's about winning. It's not about even the collectible. And now those people are really tough. And I've dealt with a few of them. And it's reverse psychology. You just throw a couple, things at them and they just go, okay, no, I wouldn't take that. And he goes, would you take that? And I go, okay, done. And you shake their hand right away and get it over with. Because otherwise he goes, that was too easy. What happened? I don't know. Yeah. And these guys have money. They have money. That's the funny part. It's about winning. It's not even about money.
About winning. Yeah, it's about winning. It's a principle. Jeff here says 550 on a Gretzky auto out of 25. Name says best Eric Hayden SOB in the chat. Facts. 425 Dom here says 425 US is my top. Something routinely sells for 500 plus. I would still love to learn about it, but I realistically take it off my board. That's fair. That's why I said what I said earlier. everybody has got their own comfort level. Everybody's got their own limit. So your job is to figure out what your limit is, figure out what your comfort level is. That is the answer. The reason that I take the approach that I take to it is that I'm not precious with money, because when I'm dead, it's not going to help me at all. I don't care. The only reason I'm collecting this stuff is because I want the stuff. If I didn't want the stuff, well, then it's a stupid waste of time. It's really silly. Why would I bother with it? The only reason I still participate, that's the reason why burnout doesn't affect me. It's like, guys, if I don't want to do this shit, I'm not going to do it. That would be silly. Like, why would I do something that disinterests me or that makes me uncomfortable or that I don't enjoy?
I've never burnt out, but I'm on a pursuit of information, and I buy things to document them. Actually, before I did my book in 2006, I used to buy everything, whatever price. If I sold it and made money or lost money, it was irrelevant. I needed good pictures, good quality pictures of these items. Because if you go back to early eBay, those pictures were like little, small, like webcam
Most
crap.
of them didn't have pictures, Bobby. Remember?
Yeah, a lot of them do.
A lot
yeah.
of times these things didn't even have pictures. You had to trust the description.
Yes. Yeah, that was early stuff. But even still, I had a webcam, and it was like the resolution was like half a gigabyte. It was just horrible. It was like, and I have some of those pictures, and this is like, oh, I wish it was. And then if you try to put that in a book, it just ends up blurry because you need a high res to transfer. And so, I went through that.
Yeah, those days we were taking pictures of potatoes. Stu here says there's a mantle that I need on eBay for $1,400. I just don't want to pay that much right now. Makes sense. Yeah, I gave you guys those examples of those cards. I talked about the Bart Starr and the Willie Mays. There's like 10 copies of each one of those on eBay right now. Multiple copies and multiple grade levels. So look, if it was just money, like you can just go and hit a buy it now. Like we can take care of this transaction. Number one, I need to be in the right frame of mind where I've got the money set aside. All right, I'm ready to buy today. We're gonna go look through. If I don't see what I want, then you can go to one of these shows and find a copy. Like if you just want to wait for the right copy or look for the right circumstance or situation, yeah, it's out there. As long as you got the money ready to go, then you've got options. You can sit and wait. But if you don't like the price, may as well just sit and wait longer, because maybe it'll come to you whenever it does. But if you're not comfortable with it, then it's not the right time. It's not
you
the right
go to enough small shows or stuff like that, you will find there's a better deal out there. And some people are willing to negotiate because they want to pay for their table and just want to get rid of it. Yeah, sure, I don't care. I've had it for 40 years. Who cares, right? If I get 1,200 or I get 800, 800 covers my booth, I had a good show. You'll get those deals. If you go on eBay, it's max dollar almost every time, unless you do the, make an offer and you hit the guy at the right time. You might take a lower offer. You could do that with a mantle. Maybe he'll take 900. I don't know if you're willing to even spend that though.
But that's what happened with the Booby-Or at the CSC show. The only place on the earth that I wouldn't have even thought, like I'm sitting there and I just asked what he wanted. I didn't know what it was going to be. I was expecting to hand it back to him. And then when he said what he said, when he gave me the price, I was like, okay, I agree to your terms.
And there's a show that, that's a perfect little show. Look at the stuff I found, all the autographed things. Mm-hmm. I think I paid like $80 I made like $1,500, $2,000 on those. It's just crazy. I've been going back ever since, and I can't find another deal because I don't have anything to buy. But anyways, it was interesting.
To be honest, though, it's a fun little distraction, a fun little sideshow. If they hadn't done the last one in Markham, and the problem is the timing was bad.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about it, couldn't quite make it out.
Yeah, that's far. Not for me, but I mean for you. Yeah, that's like.
No, but I would have stayed at the hotel. Honestly, I would have stayed at the hotel, and then I would have been very comfortable. Actually,
yeah,
I thought about it.
It's a little pricey.
Yeah, but no, I thought about it as like a little mini vacation, a little mini staycation. I'll go over, hang out or whatever. The only thing that kind of prevented it was that I knew also we were going to do the Hobby Palooza thing. If I had been fully committed to it, I could have gone down, because then I would have been on the Hobby Palooza from the hotel. The Friday last year in the Hobby Palooza, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stu says, I found a Peter Gretzky signed garland for $25 in an antique store. There you go. There's a find. Nice.
See, and you take that money and you sell that, and then you put that towards your funds to buy something that you normally wouldn't buy. And I've been doing that for 30 years, guys. It works really well.
There you go.
But see, I'm dealing with different stuff, not cards. it's easily monetized. The stuff I deal with is a little bit different, and you have to know what you know, right? And then you have a little bit more power in the purchasing power.
Yeah.
I've
Paul
got
here
some fake,
says,
so
Paul says, eBay pictures allow me to believe in Sasquatch. If you can't take a clear picture of a non-moving sports card, some of them
Yeah.
are a little bit frightening.
So ridiculous. I think last week I saw something I was interested in, clicked on it, and this card was just, it was fuzzy. It's like, how could you not take a clear picture?
everybody had a scanner. Now
It was a
everybody just used
blur.
their phones for the last 5 years, and now you
It's
get
just a-
flashes, angles. It's just like, was that a
Oh,
crease? Is that a
I just
crack
I
in
just
the
pulled out of it.
folder? It's like,
I'm like, screw you. I can't trust you. I don't want to do business with you.
No.
Screw.
keep your $3. Yeah.
That'll teach them. That'll teach
Yeah.
them.
Oh, we lost.
Bobby's disappeared. Yeah. Oh, he's coming back.
Okay.
He disappeared on us. We can't blame the setting. I had it turned off. We can't blame the setting on that one.
It
That
just
one
went
had
in and out. I didn't even touch anything. It's funny.
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know. I was looking at the comments when
It came
he popped
in
off.
and I came automatically back in without you inviting me. That's weird.
I don't know. That was very strange. Yeah, but that one we can't blame on the setting because I had it turned off. So we haven't had that issue tonight. But yeah, no, it was a good conversation. And like, that's why I say, like, I always try to circle back around. And by the way, with the national and everything, big card shows and stuff, I kind of, it's a good topic to circle back to because it's like, we see the big numbers all the time, but it's a good reminder from time to time. It's a good reminder to be like, most of the hobbies operating at a reasonable level. Most people are not spending like, I consider myself, considering that I have only certain responsibilities, I take care of those. I'm an outlier in the collecting sense of the amount of money that I actually spend on the hobby because I do spend a fair bit, but at the same time, I can afford to do so. It doesn't interfere with anything else, and I like stuff. For me, it's fun. If I was even pickier, it'd be then I'd buy a couple of things a month at most. That'd be it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it just wouldn't be as much fun for me. It's nice having those other little projects. I enjoy them for what they are. But like we talk about the shipping costs, like that's a ridiculous expense. Like just add up the amount, buy a bunch of stuff. Even if you consolidate, you're still spending all that money on that. That costs money. We joke about it with Eric and everything, but grading is just an added cost. Especially if it's PC stuff. Do you have to do it? No. If it's something you want to do, you can. I do it. I do it sometimes for cards that I have in my collection, but it's like, oh, but why'd you? Because I felt like it. That's it. It's the only reason I do it.
There you go.
That's one of my pet peeves is when the seller offers. They don't offer combined shipping, but they say, oh, it's $1 extra per item you buy, and I wanted to buy 8 items, so I'm going $8 plus the original $6.95. I'm going, that's $14. The weight and the size of the package is going to be no bigger than the first one that you would buy to 8 that you'd buy, so it'd still be $3.50, and then they add that extra dollar, and they wonder why their ratings are low because they don't get it. They think, oh, I'll get him. Oh, well, your feedback is affected, and people don't realize. And actually, I have had guys go, hey, you gave me low feedback, and I go, no, I didn't, but maybe somebody else did.
Yeah.
But
I just think
low shipping cost feedback and stuff like that. Description, horrible pictures. They didn't tell you the corn at the back. It's like,
look, I just know if I go and scan because on eBay you can check out feedback you have left, so you can actually see the feedback you have left.
Yes.
I know that if we went into the Braille feedback, I go, you're an ice cream cake kind of guy, aren't you? Negative.
Yeah.
Negative.
No.
All
You can
low marks. Negative.
All you all are.
That's right. It's definitely what's going on here. So I'll actually share a couple of items because we're running up right at the top of the hour here. So we'll wind her down here in a minute. It's been good conversation though. Good stuff, Chad. I appreciate you participating in some of these conversations. So I mentioned that my PSA stuff has popped. One of the ones that actually hit was this one. So this one is actually the superscript. These are the ones out of 25. I was amused. So I sent 4 cards. They're pretty much PC cards, all of them. This one here came back a 10. The other 3 all came back 9s, which is actually pretty good. It's fine for what they were. But yeah, this one, did I have to grade it? No, but I kind of like it in the holder. It looks nice. It is a pop one. There's 25. The superscripts, though, were tough, especially the first couple of years, though. But it's a nice looking card. I thought it was actually a pretty nice copy. So I was like, oh, it's cool. Yeah. It looks good.
Well, it's out of 25, you said, right?
It is out of 25. Yeah.
So you're probably going to end up with the only 10, more than likely.
Yeah. That year, the
One
foil
of
can get messed up a little
one.
bit. Yeah, the foil can get messed up a little bit on that one. You can scratch the surface, stuff can happen, but it was a good clean copy. When I looked at it, I go, actually, that's pretty nice. I think that's a good. So for me, it's going to the collection. It's getting, but that's why I said earlier. That goes back to what I was saying: is that did I have to do it? No, I wanted to do it. Yes, but then because the comment sections are always like, because I felt like it, and it's my money. If you would like to opine on how other people spend their money, then you can fund the excursion. Then you can have all the say you want. If you're paying for it, then we'll do it your way. Otherwise, it's like, let people do it the way they want to do it.
Yeah.
It's like Eric likes to slather all his cards in mayonnaise. We don't judge.
Nope, no,
we don't
I
kick
do not.
shame.
Nope,
We don't kick shame. It's fine.
don't do that. We don't do that at all. Nope.
It's whatever you say, Eric. Look, no judgment. I told you, this is a judgment-free zone. You're in a safe place.
Nope, does not happen.
Mm-hmm.
Safe space.
Wrong.
Very safe. Could not be any more safe. The
Wrong.
safest of places.
Wrong.
Just saying. Name here says an older guy in his 70s who I met in the hobby said something to me that stuck with me. When I asked how much a card would cost, he said, "Money is fleeting," and asked to make a trade for cards. Money is fleeting. Yes, I like the philosophy on it.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, is that Mayo on the rail next to you? Maybe.
Better not be.
Well, yeah.
Saying. But yeah. So we'll see. I think this is going to be interesting now because, like I said, we're less than 2 weeks out. I want to thank you all for joining in on the birthday spooktacular. It is now July the 13th on the East Coast. So now we are but a mere day away from the birthday of Bobbles.
Mm-hmm.
So as my birthday spooktacular comes to an end, the Bobbles spooktacular on
He'll
Sunday.
probably do a special on his birthday.
I actually think he should. That'd be kind of funny. It's been a while since I might encourage him. I'd be like, hey, you should go live on Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah. Do like a simulcast with Scott.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Go for it. Like, do a birthday spooktacular. Hey, look, Bob Jackson's got it. Oops, sorry here. Baubles and birthdays. Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I love it. Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely, Zach. Thank you very much. Have yourself a good night. And Bob Jackson, I like this idea. I might have to pitch to Bobbles. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I like
Texted
that
you
one.
earlier, but texted you earlier. But happy birthday once again. Thank you, name. Appreciate it. No, it's been good. And it's been good hearing people reach out and everything. So it's been fun. I think tomorrow I will be partaking in cake. Not ice cream cake because I don't want to offend Bobby. I think it'll be regular garden variety cake. The family has already tasted it to make sure it's not poison. So, that's a plus.
That's love.
They've already tasted it.
Bobby, you think if a cake made it into that house with Carlos Senior and the rest of them, you think that cake was going to survive the night?
No.
Yeah, they don't need me for that.
With the knife going in.
They don't need me for that. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves to take care of it.
I'm going to take mine now.
I do not blame them. And the man who was the creator of Cake Day, having a piece of cake is very much on brand.
Yes.
So I think that's perfectly fine.
God damn it.
Happens. Great show as usual. Good
Correct.
night, guys. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. All right. So we got Eric over in the mountains hanging out with Aaron Rodgers in the darkness. We got that going for us. Then we got Bobby Burrell in the garage of knowledge as always. Like I said, those of you who are going to the National will get a chance to talk about it next week. And then the week after that, it is live time. Prepare your own darkness. You might need lanterns, night lights, something. I don't know. Be prepared. Wear comfortable shoes and portable lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe portable lighting is the next thing. Maybe that's the next thing. Who knows? Everything, Carlos. Thanks for a great show. Appreciate it, Dom. Appreciate it.
I can't wait to hear from everyone reporting back from the National about how hot it is. There's no air conditioning. Everyone's sweating. Everyone smells like body odor. It's just disgusting.
Well, the last one is going to be happen no matter what, but I actually think the Cleveland Convention Center, I think, is okay for the air conditioning. That's my opinion.
It'll go out. It won't work. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway. All right, Bob Jackson, thank you. He says, don't injure yourself, Eric. Hey, Eric, don't jump off into mountains. So give that a go.
I'll do my best.
All right, folks. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Name and the folks on the West Coast still got time on your Friday. So On the West Coast, it's still my birthday. Continue the celebration unabated.
Yes, the fireworks will go off shortly in the West Coast.
As they should. East Coast, we're already set on the 13th. Thank you very much. Appreciate you hanging out. Another episode in the books. Next episode 197 as we trudge ever closer to 200. Where Eric will light himself ablaze.
Yeah,
Ooh.
what the hell?
Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, have yourselves all a good night. Take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.